Good morning, good morning, good morning.
Good morning.
We are in our budget workshop. I believe this is the fifth budget workshop of the 2025-2026 fiscal budget. We are here at 10:35 this morning. We had to wait until our court cleared, but we are here, and it is a great day. City of Lamar, City Council, special agenda of August 12th, 2025. Notice is hereby given that the City Council of the City of Lamar, Texas will conduct a special meeting on August 12th, 2025, beginning at 10 a.m. in council chambers at 1109 B Bayou Road, Lamar, Texas, as well as via video conference hosted through Zoom. In accordance with section 551.127B of the Texas Government Code, the presiding officer and the quorum of the Lamar City Council intend to be and will physically be present at 1109 B Bayou Road, Lamar, Texas. This location will be open to the public. The meeting will be broadcast at this location on Channel 16 and via YouTube. The council will meet for the purpose of considering the following agenda. The meeting has been called to order. Ms. Nance, would you give us a roll call, please?
Yes, sir. Councilmember District A isn't with us. Councilmember District B, Councilmember District C,
Present.
Councilmember District D,
Present.
and Mayor.
Present. Let the record reflect, I believe Ms. Yancey has indicated that she will be with us shortly. And so we will move forward without her until she arrives. At this time, I would like to ask Mayor Pro Tem Joe Compion to lead us in our invocation, followed by Councilmember Joseph Lowry leading us in our pledge. Stand if you're able.
Almighty Father, we're most grateful that you provided us this opportunity to live another day. As we do the work of this city, give us guidance, give us patience. Most of all, Lord, we're here today to create a vibrant, livable community. And so we come before you today with a bit of heaviness in our heart to read the news that 119 individuals died in the recent floods in Central Texas. Their names are in today's paper. They are all ages. And we hope and pray that such a disaster never befalls our community. But that's what we're here trying to do, Lord, and give us that wisdom and that guidance and that discernment that we can create stronger, vibrant Lamarck for all of us to continue living our dreams. It is always in your holy name we ask. Amen.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, gentlemen. We are now at item 4, citizens' participation, limited to 3 minutes per person. Comments from the public will be heard at this time. Any person with city-related business who has signed up may speak to the council, limited to 3 minutes. If you're wishing to speak, give the mayor, the presiding officer, your full legal name, your address, and the item we wish to speak about. Compliance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, the city may not deliberate on comments. Personal attacks will not be allowed. Personnel matters should be addressed to the manager during normal business hours. If you're visiting with us via telephone, you may press *6 to mute or unmute yourself. If you are visiting with us via the Zoom platform on your smartphone, tablet, or computer, there should be a microphone icon in the lower portion of your screen. And if you are here with us in person, there is a microphone in front of Chief Oregon at the center aisle. I know that he would move out the way and allow you to, never mind. Look at that. We made changes already. What we will do, since we have the police department ready to start their presentation, there's a microphone next to the city clerk's portion of our dais, and you will be heard. Ms. Nance she will be our official timekeeper. She will raise her hand when you have 30 seconds so that you can begin to wrap up your comments. Are there any persons online wishing to speak?
Yes.
Very good. We have one person here before us today in person wishing to speak, Mike Bach. Welcome, Mr. Bach. Name and address for the record.
Morning, council and staff. I'm gonna make this short and sweet. I'm here to speak on behalf of the Parks Board and the budget, or shall I say lack thereof, budget. And yes, pass it. And this is reading material, the Parks Board or the Parks budget timelines like 3/15. But I just want to let y'all know I'll plan on being here. If y'all have any questions, y'all can maybe perhaps glance over that at y'all's lunch break or something. But one of the concern is about the budget. You'll see I'll pull this information off the city website, is council blessed us with $21,700 for this budget year. And Public Works has not allowed us to spend one penny of that. On that same line item, you follow it across 26, there's $0 there. So I'm requesting, is to ask council to roll that money over into 26, because we can't get bids and whatnot before the end of September for the stuff that we actually approved through the process with the Parks Board, and yet Public Works hadn't spent it. So anyway, I'll get out of your hair. I'll see y'all back round 3. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Holly, we have a final discussion after lunch. Would you remind us to take a look at the Public Works budget in the parks?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Anyone else, Ms. Nance? Very good. We now have some of the most distinguished looking folks that the city of Lamarck has to offer, all in their beautiful blues. Is that blue? That's a pretty color blue. Our police department, we are honored to be with our police department today. Looks like we have the police chief and our 4 lieutenants, 3 lieutenants and deputy chief, Chief Wagner, here with us today to present the police budget and the animal control budget. Chief Argon, welcome. Chief Wagner, welcome. Lieutenants, welcome, welcome, welcome. Who will begin the process? Very good. You have a presentation, Chief?
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good.
Mayor, council members, city manager, Ms. Holly. We have a little treat for you, a little presentation.
Okay.
And we did, as we did last year, thanks to our IT internal guy, Lieutenant Gandy, put this together. This is a little overview of what we're doing, where we've been, and where we're at, and where we're going. Okay. So. Okay, Lynn. This is our organization chart, effective of March. We are authorized 65 total, 52 of which are police, 13 civilians. And this is actually reflective of where we're at. You could all see that. And my command staff, which is sitting here, the deputy chief, 3 lieutenants, and myself, that's considered the command staff. Shannon is on the command staff. Of course, she's not a voting member, but she's there for advice and helping us out. Okay. This is the breakdown of our staff. And it is, in fact, accurate. Next. Our crime rate, as you know, it's been going down over the last 3 to 4 years. We're very proud of that fact. Violent crime has been down 8%. Property crime has been down 18%. And overall crime, 17%, which is really amazing. Again, it's all my people. I'm just pointing the way. It's not me, it's all of them. And we're doing a great job, and people are feeling a lot more safer. And it's because all the resources that you gave us to do our job. So I want to thank you for that. Next. That's statistically very important to have the crime rates. That's per 100,000 population. As you can see, it was 482, 562, 483, and in 25, 266. Same thing with property, it's gone down. The total crime rate has gone down. Again, I've mentioned this before. We got to keep in mind, we're doing all we can with our staff and with our resources in our work. I bring this out every time. There's 13 factors that cause crime according to the FBI. It's single parent families, transportation, even the weather. And a lot of it is economic reasons, socioeconomic reasons, low income, high unemployment, businesses. So once again, I always say we love Alex Getty for his job, and that's very important. The greater we do with EDC and all that other economic development, the less crime we're going to have in our city. And again, the Friendswoods and the Friscos in our state are the way they are because of economic development. But we're getting there. We're the second fastest growing city in the county, and our population is, of course, around, it was 20,000. I think it's probably maybe 21 or 22 now, not officially, but we're growing, and we got to keep up economically to keep the crime down. We could do all we can, but if that doesn't help, it's gonna hurt us. Okay. Next. Calls for service, very high. In 24, we went, well, from 23, it went from 14,230 to almost 20,000. We're projecting 21,2. Now, on the right side, you see those calls for service. The definition of a calls for service is when a police officer is directed by communication center, a telecommunicator, to take on a service. It's not self-initiated. I mean, that 20,000 almost in 24. Look at what it is when the officer initiates it, such as stopping a vehicle, traffic citation. Look at that. Look at how much you got there. So you get 20,000, and then you could have another 10,000 or 11,000, 31,000 actually responses. So we're a busy city. We're a busy department. Okay, next. Arrests, everything's gone up. Next. Citations. We are keeping the courts very, very, very busy. Over the last few years, we've made tons, almost tripled our stops. Traffic citations have gone up, but it's not only just traffic citation, it's safety. Our community is safer as far as preventing pedestrian fatalities and so forth. So that's why we're doing traffic enforcement. Criminal investigations gone up. SRT, Special Response Team. Really, they use SWAT tactics. We don't like to call the SWAT team. Lieutenant G-Rod is over that. He's done a great job. We've done such a great job. Hitchcock is asked to join us with an MOU. We're working with Santa Fe coming aboard with an MOU. So here we are, little old Marque, got 2 cities wanting to be part of us. We are just doing a great job with special response. And I think, we're getting an APC next year, an armored personnel carrier. So you believe if something happens in Lamarck or one of those other cities, we are certainly going to get in there and get them out. So, okay, next. Training has gone up. Again, Lieutenant Girod's our training officer, and he's doing a superb job. We just finished our alert training. That's the first active shooter training, and it's required that we do 16 hours a year, and the entire department did it in Building A, in fact. And I was really impressed with Lieutenant Girod's work on that and the others that helped him. Next. Telecommunications. Maya is our lead telecommunicator. She does a great job. We've been full staff for quite a while, which has been very unusual. And I want to brag a little bit about her and what we're doing. We've attracted several agencies they've jumped ship and joined us. So most of the telecommunicators we've hired in the last few years have been people that jump ship from other cities. That's amazing. And I've asked them why. And they said the conditions are better and the leadership's better. And the pay is just about the same, but they just like where they're at. Recruiting. Lieutenant Gandy is a great recruiting officer with our staff of officers that help. We are definitely out there and casting that wide net, and it's been very fruitful. Again, we have I got to remember where all these officers come from. They're coming from our other cities. We've actually hired so many veteran officers, lateral hires, that their training has gone from 4 months to maybe sometimes 3 to 4 weeks to get them oriented It's amazing. And I've asked one the other day, you still have any feelings about you jumping ship? He says, no, Chief, I'm where I want to be and I'm glad. And he came from another city in our county. Go ahead. That's it. If any questions, I'll entertain them.
Chief, I wanted to go back and see that my numbers were correct. You said violent crime is down 8%?
Violent crime, the average from 23, 24, and 22, 23, and 24, violent crime was down 8%,
And property crime was down
18%,
18.
and
what
and
was-
overall crime 17%. That's if you
17%.
average it. Okay,
For 3 in the 3-year period?
for the last 3 years, 22, 23, and 24.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
thank you.
Which is, thanks to your brainchild of the Safe City Initiative. And I just gave a briefing on that just about a month ago.
Yeah.
I do that every year. Okay, any other questions, sir?
Good, let's open this up.
Okay.
Any questions, comments, council? Anyone? Well, let's look at page tab 12. That's your line item. Let me ask you this. Who was responsible for tab 12? In our book, it's tab 12. You all, well, I see Chief Wagner has the book. We're in our budget book.
Good.
Mhm. So who was responsible for the police portion of our budget? Was that you, Chief?
Yes.
So did you have adequate amount of time to visit with the finance director in preparation of these numbers?
We have talked, and in fact, twice. We've had quite 2 meetings talking about it. Now, what's on here, the paper document and the MDSS are different. What I have on MDSS is current. Okay, and I have reduced, city manager requested that we look at it and peel it back as much as we can, and I did. The next day, we worked on it, and we reduced it about $500,000
From what we have in this document?
from what I have submitted on MDSS. A lot of it was building matters because we're going to be moving eventually, hopefully, and we cut a lot of the expenses that we were going to use to fix up our current building. So we cut $517,000. So I'm looking at the MDSS, which I don't think it reflects the same thing as what's on paper.
The MDSS, it reflects your cuts.
Right.
The printed copy does not.
Right. So I just wanted you to know that what I have on the current computer, MDSS, the budget program, is different than what's on paper.
Okay.
Because this is more current, what's on my computer, than what's on this document.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Mr. City Manager, if we're looking at different numbers, I'm personally inclined to say I'm reluctant to look at numbers that I don't know are current numbers, right?
Do we have an
Find the
ability to
path.
print it?
I mean, if you give me a line item, I'll tell you what my MDSS showing,
Mhm.
which is going to be different.
So I guess what we can do, if there's an ability, and I'm looking at perhaps your administrative assistant, Ms. Nance, IT, whomever these people might be, can we get whatever is on the MDSS printed for us as council members? Can we do that?
They could put it on the screen too, if that's possible.
Can that be done?
Monica's going to print
We
it.
can print it. Can we take a 5-minute? Will it take any longer than 5 minutes to print it?
No.
Could we take a 5-minute break to get it printed? Because I think Mayor Pro Tem is right, because we are going to get into some numbers and we're gonna ask questions about those numbers, and if they're inaccurate, then that's unfair to us and to you guys as well. So let's take a 5-minute, see if we can get the latest numbers, and we'll reconvene at 11 o'clock. And that's part of the problem.
CPA.
And people, we need to clarify that our budget is presented to council.
Did you read it?
Are we on? Yeah. Well, we're back. And we are now moving through the police budget. And we have the latest numbers from the police department. So Chief,
Yes, yes,
do
sir.
you have those numbers in front of you?
I do, and if the sheets that you have, if you would look on the top, which says FY 2026, the first column under that, you would see salary of
Mhm.
4,162,000. We're going to be talking about that whole column, so just kind of be aware that's the column we're working on.
Okay.
That-
So we're gonna get into some of these numbers to understand them better. It's gonna be a roundtable. Council, let me know when you're ready to jump in. Chief, the first number that strikes us is a number that we had a healthy discussion with our friend Chief Merriman and the fire department. And that is this number of overtime.
Correct.
It is a very large number at $500,000.
Mhm.
And so I guess first, before the council begins to make comments on that, help us to understand what goes into a $500,000 overtime budget.
Yes, sir. Good question.
And you
We-
talking to the microphone,
we-
because folks are hearing you out.
We did a study, a survey, Shannon put together based on the inputs that she acquired. The top three overtime getters, so to speak, were we had holidays, reports that need to be achieved that are at the end of the shift, and we had an emergency, right? And training. We had a barrel hit, a lot of overtime. So it's kind of like, it's very hard in our kind of work to have off, especially with a unionized effort, to have them get off exactly at 6 p.m. because they have a report they just took and they have to finish it, or they get a call at the last minute. And we have done our very best to keep that down. In fact, with K9, we found out that there's a lot of money spent on the K9 overtime, and we contacted Texas City, and one of the ex-officers that worked for us is now over there. He's a sergeant, and he gave us an initiative where we're training our 4 K9 officers the same time, 12 hours, rather than splitting it up, and that's going to save us a bunch of money. So we are really doing as much as we can with overtime, and as you can see, it's escalated over the years. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, let me, before you jump in, Chief Wagner, I didn't get the third one. You said holidays, reports. What was the
And
third?
training is.
And training? Okay.
Training, right. So even like with the K9, we sent 3 people this year to K9 school. So the way that the class runs, they're getting overtime while in the school, plus we're having to backfill those positions in overtime.
Okay.
So that's where some of our training comes from. And then another thing that I want to point out is we have overtime paid for in 2 or 3 different positions, FBI, DEA, but that does not get reflected on here. So again, it comes out of the overtime, but you do not see it go back into the overtime. Same thing with salaries, which we can talk about that later.
Explain that, Chief Wagner. You said we have personnel who are assigned to specialized task force such as FBI, DEA, and somehow they are accumulating overtime while they're working those special assignments?
That's right. So the federal government pays for their overtime, so we get reimbursed. So you see it come out of our overtime. It does not go back into our overtime. It goes back into general funds.
What line item would that be?
So revenues,
And revenues.
Well, it's gonna go back into expenses, it shows it as an expense. But what you're saying is that, but it's also applicable, we have officers' salaries in here that are paid out of grants
That's
that we
correct.
received.
that's correct.
And so that's our challenge with
It
this
is-
budget.
And it's
It
not
doesn't have
reflected.
notes in
That's-
here
That's correct.
that says this X amount of these dollars are
That's
covered,
right.
not coming out of the general fund. They're coming from grants.
Different revenue.
Yes,
Yeah.
however, just to be clear, as with in the nonprofit world, we have to go ahead and prepay those things and they're reimbursed to us.
Right,
So there's a pool of money we should always have, which is our reserve, that basically is used to prepay those.
So all I'm saying that I've been saying is it doesn't, that whole amount, that 400,000, whatever, is not entirely accurate for what we've spent, because some of that is reimbursed. It's just kind of baked in when they go to FBI and DEA, that some of it, and then the holiday pay. There's nothing we can do about holiday pay, but that comes out of our overtime budget. And then, of course, the storms, those are the top two.
Let me ask you this, drilling down on this, the specialized, which, let me say this, for the benefit of those that are listening. I agree 100% with our officers being engaged in the FBI task force, DEA task force, auto crimes, organized crime task force. I'm a 100% supporter of that. I think we're just trying to understand in this moment, if they are a part of a different unit, does that unit commander approve their overtime? Is that how that works?
Yes.
So if I'm with the FBI and we have an operation going on and it goes over that, is it a 40-hour work week? Is that how it works?
So all overtime, it has to be approved by a supervisor.
By their supervisor?
Well, by both.
Okay,
By
so
their
if they have an operation going on and they're gonna need to do overtime, it gets approved by whoever that unit commander is, and then it comes to you guys.
Correct.
And you all review it and approve it as well?
That's right.
Okay.
That's right.
All right, you can proceed, chief.
Okay.
Mayor and council, one of the, Alice Ashley provided this, but if you look under the tab 30 at the very back, it has the grants. And so it will tell you some of the offsets that are occurring. And the budget is somewhat disjointed in this mechanism, in that if you look at go to the very back towards tab 31, just go right in front of tab 31, it will show you a COPS grant fund that's hiring 6 police officers, where we're going to be getting 1.4 million. The city has a share of 724, but it doesn't reflect in the actual department because of the way that the accounting is done here. So you have to know to look in several spots for what the revenues that are offsetting these. And the way this community, it appears, has done it is those revenues went into the general fund rather than going to the department.
And I think if Miss Holly, if you could get Miss Monica to approach to answer the question of apparently, according to Chief Wagner, as those overtime expenses occur in these specialized units, they are reimbursed by those, whether it's the federal government, whether it's the county, if you will.
Right.
Ms. Monica, can you help us? Where would we be able to find those reimbursements? Because that's important to the overall picture of overtime, because of folks that are hearing this discussion, they're hearing us saying that our police department is expending $500,000 in overtime, and that is an absurd number, but it needs to be put into context. So where would we be able to, if we are able to find those numbers?
In the general fund revenues, there's 2 line items. One is the auto task force
What
grant
tab is
receipts.
this month?
Should be tab 5.
Tab 5?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. And what were you saying again?
There's 2 line items. The first one is gonna be 013802, auto task force grant receipts. It should be, I think, the 3rd page.
Okay, so what was the other?
And then the second is the 013805 COPS grant, two below that one,
Any others?
just those two.
Okay, so here's the dilemma. I believe that the Auto Crimes Task Force provides for the entire salary of that officer. Tremendous program, has yielded tremendous benefits. But the line item would suggest to me that the only thing that they are providing for us is that initial base salary. You're looking at us at a 49 or 56 and budgeted 60. That sounds like an officer. So if there are overtime dollars that are being reimbursed, that line item should be significantly higher. Number one, I do see the cops grant number, so that's definitely appropriate. We do see auto crimes having a line item, but that does not help us with the and I'm not saying this to you, I'm saying this to all of us. That does not help us with the FBI designee, the DEA designee, the Organized Crime Task Force designee. Are there any, won't hold you to it, but are there any other line items that would represent those designations in terms of revenue reimbursement?
Those are the only two that I'm familiar with.
Yes, ma'am.
I'd have to look more.
That's okay. If Miss Holly, if you would allow Miss Monica to look more.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Miss Monica. Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
And Ms. Monica. To follow up on what Ms. Holly, the city manager, was saying. It would be helpful for me, for all of us, if we can tie those grants that Ms. Ashley has listed that are applicable to the police department. Because there are others that are not listed here.
Okay.
And show them, even if we have to, we should be showing them as special little categories.
Yeah.
And that way it's logical for us to see this goes this, what is it? 2 plus 2 is 4, or whatever. I'm digressing. But anyway, that would be helpful.
Okay.
What it would we just need to know what the best way is to show it for the council, because I agree in looking at it, this is not clear for what all the offsets are to the expenses. Because you have to go to a completely different area to see the revenue coming in from COPS grant, DOJ, crime analyst, and you just don't see it.
Yeah.
Unless you go back to the grant page. Okay.
And let's contextualize this. We have been, as a community, working with an antiquated software system, financial software system. We all are aware of that. We are moving, we're in the process of moving to a new system that will allow for more flexibility, more line items, and we're hopeful. We are having a finance committee formed by this council. We're hopeful that we would be able to get those pieces of information in the way that our community can digest them and understand them. That is coming. We get it. And so we look forward to that day. But today we are trying to understand the police budget and give them their just due of being able to explain the budget to our community. So thank you for what you're doing. You are pinch hitting and you are batting 1,000. Do you know what that means in baseball terms?
Yes.
You know, okay, all right. Every time you come up, you give us a hit. There it is. Thank you, Ms. Monica. Let's press back toward the police department's overtime budget. Holidays, chief. Are we adding more officers on holidays? Is that what's happening?
Just the standard officers that work the holidays, we haven't had any more than we have signed, but
Okay.
as you know, or maybe clarify, when an officer works a holiday, they're 12-hour shifts, those 12 hours are time and a half. And then
There
they
it
get
is.
8 hours on top of that for the holiday. So it adds up and it's very expensive. And that's just, that's,
And certain holidays, by their nature, require us to have more staff than we would on a normal. day,
Right.
right.
Such as New Year's Eve, New
4th of
Year's
July.
Day, 4th of July, those, especially with the fireworks and the gunfire
Sure.
and stuff like that. We have to have extra staff and.
Right.
That's,
It's so,
But you're talking about all the officers, telecommunicators, everyone is getting that overtime, but it's holiday pay.
right. Makes total sense. We just want to make sure the people of Lamarck understand, because we don't want them to think that our officers are just hanging out on a holiday and you're backfilling with other officers. But these are officers that are dedicated to their craft, coming to work consistently. But because it's a holiday, they get time and a half.
That's right.
Reports. Is there an opportunity, and again, I'm not a police officer. We're just trying to understand the budget. Is there an opportunity to have slightly staggered shifts where some folks will come in at 6 a.m. and then some folks will come in at 7 a.m., maybe to catch that gap, if you understand what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, so that's the goal. Our goal is to have a swing shift. We're trying to get to the staffing level where we can do that, have like a 5 to 5 or something like that, to where that offgoing shift, get the reports knocked out and leave, the oncoming shift can start a little bit earlier. We just have to get to the right staffing level, which we're getting closer.
So we're all on the same page.
We're definitely on.
Very good. I'll step back. I see Joe wanting to jump in. Go ahead, Joe.
Speaking of staffing, the question I have. How many civilians do we have working at the police department?
13.
13. What are their roles other than dispatch, right?
Right.
That would be
Eight are in telecommunicators.
telecommunicate.
Two
Okay,
are records.
all right.
One is the crime analyst. And what do you got? 8, 9, 10, 11, and you got the
Executive assistant.
Executive assistant.
Executive assistant, you have a property room tech, telecommunicators, 2 records clerk and a crime analyst.
and we have a property room technician.
That's Some of the
13.
material I read on some of the subscriptions that I have on municipal government and police. I'll pull it up, but I keep reading about the use of civilians in police departments to reduce costs.
All right.
But I'm stumped as to how they're doing that. What uses, what roles can a civilian, yeah, what?
What they, the theme on that, Mayor Pro Tem, has been, they call them call takers. Call takers. We've tried that with volunteers and didn't work, but the thing is, ideally, if it works, you'd have a cadre of, say, let's just say 2 or 3 civilians that are trained on report writing, they're cleared security-wise, sieges and all that, and they sit by a phone, and all the calls that come in that can be handled administratively, like the bike that was stolen while they were on vacation, they would take the instant report, because most of it's just is for insurance purposes. An officer does not have to be sent out. And a lot of cities have done that. I've did the research on that, and it does work. So you have less officer having to go to the house to take a call because they do it on the phone. Obviously,
Is
serious
that
case.
popular with officers?
Yeah, I mean, I've had agencies that tried it and we couldn't get enough civilians hired because of the costs. But a lot of cities have used it, and they have a cadre of civilians that do that. And once again, if they don't handle the violent crimes or the serious crimes, they handle the minor things that can be graffiti or criminal mischief, that a report just needs to be taken.
Well, you're describing what we have at the Red Cross, which is a duty officer on call.
Right.
For all, and they're touching
Right.
base with fire departments to confirm that there's a fire that has occurred. That perhaps, if possible, the level of destruction, was it destroyed? Is it major?
Right.
How soon do we have to respond to the fire? Do they have a safe place? That sort of thing, which would normally take a fireman or even a police officer. We're actually taking the role away sometimes from police officers that respond to fires and follow up. So I'm just throwing it out there. I'd like to see if there's any savings that we can have as a department if we incorporate some of those.
Studies have shown it works. And a lot of cities that are major cities, they do that. They have a bank. Someday we would like to try that.
How about City of Houston? I used to run around when I was in my professional life. We would do a the police ride-alongs with the police there. And they were implementing, come into the station and file your own report.
Some agencies offer online reporting and stuff like that, but it's kind of a mixed bag too, because from what from my experiences with it, and talking to people, and a lot of your citizenry, they want to talk to a police officer.
Yeah.
And they want it's a lot of what we do is just making people feel better sometimes, you know,
Yeah.
that they talk to a police officer, they've been heard, that kind of stuff, so. It's kind of a mixed bag. A lot of, like I said, a lot of our citizenry, they want that police officer, they want them to come to the house, they want to see them. So. But there are the, you know, especially like that.
Credit card abuse and stuff like that.
Where people just want that case number so that they can tell their bank, hey, I reported to the police, give me my money back. We get that a lot.
And even that we streamlined where we give them a packet, they have to complete the packet. So things like that could be done in the future. By a position like that.
Who's the patrol lieutenant? Okay, very good. You feel the same?
Yes.
Okay. So I want to be clear. Lieutenant Gandy, you're suggesting that a lot of members of our community and communities all across this country enjoy the comfort of an officer at their door. So are you suggesting that this may not work, or are you suggesting that under certain circumstances, it may work?
Under certain.
G-Rock?
Correct, because lots of times you also have to take into account that if we did try the call taker method, an officer probably still needs to go out there and process the scene, take pictures and do things of that nature. So then we still have to do a supplement to that original report. So it kind of turns into double work. We're not gonna just went out there originally and took care of business and knocked it out.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Anyone else want to jump in now? You okay, Joseph? Let's, I have a question about, rentals. What are we, as a police department, renting?
Let me go back here.
This one.
Just lost my,
Yeah.
I'm looking up the,
A lot of our lease, I believe the flock cameras are in that line item,
oh, yeah.
which is the big chunk of it. Our narcotics investigators, change out vehicles frequently, so I think that line item comes out of there.
I've got the list right here. I'm calling it up.
The list of all of the things that you rent, chief? Okay.
It's a lot of items, Mayor. I'll go down real quick, if you don't mind.
Yes, sir, go ahead.
Alarm monitoring is $900. We have the property room in the jail have to be alarmed for fire and security. We have a cell phone system for the CID, the investigations. It's called Cellbrite, $9,700 a year. It's very critical. It solves cases. We have in the lobby, it's not a whole lot, but it's a mat that we keep. They clean every 2 weeks. They replace. It keeps people from slipping as they walk in the building. We got a covert tracker. It's a system for ISD. It's $1,400. As Lieutenant Gandy said, the flock system, that's $27K a year. They're $3,000 each per year to rent. We have 9. Of course, you know, we have much more on a grant. We have a background investigation system called Guardian Alliance. Guardian, it checks everything, including their social media. We use that. It's automated. Higher ground, we have it's an annual maintenance fee for our cell phones. We have a thing called IACP Net, which it's a reference system from the International Association of Chiefs of Police. If we want to look at a possible policy, it has examples of policies. Language Line, which is it's a interpretation service We can talk to them on the phone and they can interpret the person's that's standing next to us. Leads online, it's a system of, the investigators use that, it solves cases. We have, no, that it was transferred. We had some money for rental vehicles, but it was transferred to another account. We rent 2 vehicles for, that's been transferred too. T-CLED system, which is the T-code system that Lieutenant Gandy uses for certification purposes, $1,000 a year. And data fusion, which is used for investigators. It's another aid to assist investigations. That's $2,500 a year. It sounds, all these rental items are why we solve cases, basically, Mayor. And we use them, they're all programs.
Yeah.
And they're very expensive. That's the cost for rentals.
Let's go back to the flood cameras.
Okay.
Are we renting the software system?
So the cameras themselves are actually leased.
Mhm.
The vast majority of our cameras are covered by the catalytic converter grant. Now, the expansion is covered by the catalytic converter grant. So the only thing that we have to pay for is the original 9. We pay, and it's an excellent deal on our part because all the software and everything is included. We do, I think, $3,000 a month, or I'm sorry, a year per camera. So we pay that, and all the cameras, service, repair, everything is covered for the entirety.
We have 49.
We have 49, but we only have to actually budget and cover the.
For 9, the original 9.
The additional 40, we were lucky enough the catalytic converter grant covered.
So, that covers maintenance and, okay, insurance and all that.
Maintenance, software, if one gets knocked
Gets
down,
damaged.
they
Yeah.
come back up, they put a new one up or put it back up. It's all the installation fees are already, they were included in the initial purchase or the initial drawdown, so it's just each year we have to keep just that maintenance, or that, it's basically a maintenance fee for those cameras.
This next question might be an odd question. And maybe I'm not remembering this. Did there used to be a time where, whether it's our agency or other agencies, where we would use confiscated vehicles as our vehicles for our undercover, and perhaps we would share those vehicles. Maybe we would get vehicles from Alvin and Laporte, and then maybe they would use ours. That system doesn't work anymore?
Yeah, so we used that for a long time, but, and we still use them for a case by case basis, if we have a couple things that made that program kind of unsustainable, or that working like that unsustainable, is that when you're seizing these drug dealers' cars, a lot of times drug dealers shockingly don't take care of their vehicles. So they're not necessarily reliable vehicles. A lot of times seizing vehicles has become difficult because a lot of these are, you'll come across a 2005 Hyundai Accent that they owe $25,000 on, that they have to makes it unseizable for us. Also, a lot of these vehicles are well known in the area too. So if you do by chance get a nice vehicle from a well-known drug dealer, it has to be, it can't be used in this area.
Right.
For any of those undercover kind of operations, because everybody knows, and that's his car,
Right.
And there's a lot of reasons it didn't work, and especially as daily drivers, like I said, that the vehicles were just unreliable, and we ended up, we still have vehicles that we can access on a case by case basis. We have a particular operation or something like that. But as that daily driver, I know I explained a couple times, you go up into Houston and you get up off the 610 because you're following somebody or you're going to assist another another agency or whatever, and you're in a beater up there, and it's you end up getting stuck.
The nicer vehicles are usually with like DEA and FBI on our bigger cases. And I know I spoke with DEA the other day about, because like, for example, there's a house on there that we worked with FBI to seize recently. There's also a decent truck on there. However, they're starting to get away from even keeping those vehicles themselves, is what DA was saying. They're selling them off and then dividing up the amounts with the TFO. So, but I'm gonna,
Even on top of that, while you're holding that vehicle pending the
Yeah.
seizure, you're responsible for that car. So if you have a hailstorm come through and it gets dented up and for some reason you gotta get that car back, you're responsible for that damage. You're responsible for the upkeep. We used to have for whatever vehicles we had pending seizure, we had a set of keys where every once in a while, we had to go out there and try once a month to start them, drive them around the block, keep the tires fresh, that type of stuff. And it's a difficult, proposition. The feds, they use storage, for their vehicles. So usually whenever you end up, auctioning those off and taking over those vehicles, sometimes you're responsible for those storage.
so we do still have a few of the older seized vehicles, but they're on their last leg, to say the least.
Gotcha. So I'm curious, as we press that line item, I'm curious to understand how. Well, let me ask you this. Are y'all looking at fiscal year 25? Looks like there was, I assume you all budgeted $26,000 in that line item, but it looks like maybe that second line is a year to date. Well, I'm still on rentals. Do you see that where it says $26,450? Perhaps that may have been what you all budgeted for the year we're in now.
Yeah, I think if anything, the 4,000
Is inaccurate.
And also something that we did on this one, and they came from different
26,000.
places, like, over the last couple of years, we started moving
Right
things
here.
from other line items
Into this line.
line items because it made more sense. At one point, they had the block cameras in the 5-year assets. This is several years, or a few years, a
Okay.
couple years ago. Didn't make sense, so that's some of the reason that rental line. has
I was gonna add.
Miss
Other lines have gone down.
Ms. Holly, I think that, I think Joe's been gnawing at this for a few months. I think it is appropriate for our city to put our
26?
department heads and our senior staff members through some sort of a financial budgeting class. Because I think each department is doing it the best way that they know how. And to Lieutenant Gandy's point, some of these things in these line items might be misplaced.
Yeah.
And it's giving a picture that perhaps is unclear and convoluted, not just with the police department, but we noticed that with the fire department. We noticed that with the public works department as well, especially our large departments that have so many different moving parts to them. I think that should be a standard continuing education every year, annual type of a class that department heads and their senior staff members, perhaps even their administrative assistants, should go
Correct.
through.
Correct.
Just for clarification, none of the stuff that's in that rental item line, none of it's really new. It's all stuff that we've had. It's just been spread out over different places. There might have been some minor cost adjustments with inflation and stuff like that, but it's, the Cellbrite, the leads online, we've had those in there, since, beginning of time.
Right, I got you.
Yes, sir. And what I found is that the
I think
department
Flock was
heads
count-
haven't in general even been given access to their budgets. So I think that standardizing that and then letting the departments have that access and have that authority over it, knowing what the standards are, is a great idea.
Right. I think we should, as we get our finance committee together, I think that should be one of the first things that we task that committee with, is to help make a recommendation to the council and to the city manager's office as to how we streamline training for our budgeting process and our financial management department by department, because Perhaps the chief may not be here one day. And these four gentlemen might have to step up and band together to provide a budget. And so they need training. Administrative assistant needs training.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am, Ms. Griffin.
And this might be an HR question. Do you guys have policies and procedures for specific jobs? Like what the process is?
I couldn't hear you, Ms. Griffin.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm
Yeah,
whispering,
yeah,
aren't
yeah.
I? This is an HR question. I was asking because, we used to have this thing in my work life where, our processes were secure. So if I wasn't here one day, anybody in my section can take over my work. And we had a procedure that they had to follow. And I'm just wondering, does the city have any policies or procedures in place where you can step into somebody's role if that function needed to happen?
Citywide, no ma'am.
Okay.
Citywide, no ma'am. But I do know that certain positions do have that. Like I know that our finance team has, they call them they have binders of kind of how-to step guides.
Mm-hmm.
But there is not one that's like citywide of policies, procedures for every single position. I do know that each position does require certain like certifications and things of that nature. So if they do require that, they have that in there as far as procedures for attaining those, but not overall like what you're looking for. I do know what you're referring to, but
Okay.
we don't have that, no ma'am.
Okay.
To your point, to that point though, I'll commend at least internally here. I think that's been a focus of ours.
Mhm.
We've all done each other's jobs up here.
Mm-hmm.
The chiefs have been good about,
Plan B.
Plan Bs. And I know for our own below us, we're trying to do that with our own, you know, because it's really easy to just, and I'm guilty of it probably more than anybody, to hold on to stuff. And
Yeah.
I'm the only guy that knows how to do it.
And that shouldn't
We've
be.
got really good, the chiefs have given us the tools to share our knowledge, and we're trying to develop the people. You
Okay.
know, in a few years, who knows, gonna be sitting here at this desk. We want to make sure our guys can do our job and the guys below them can do that and so on.
Yeah, it's cross training. Yeah.
Oh, in succession training, and that's
Mhm.
something that we've been trying to get in place, more so here recently.
Okay.
We just need stability.
Yeah, that is the theme of this season in our city.
Mm-hmm.
We need to get stable. We need to get stable. 30-30, chief. Line 30-30.
Let me go to that now. Okay, what my staff and I put together on that. Okay, we must understand we're driving with vehicles that are somewhat old. As the cars age, the cost of operation increases, as
Maintenance
we know.
increases.
Yeah, it has to, because, you know, when you drive a police car 1 year, it's like you've driven your car for 4 years, because they're running all the time. For the whole shift, there's the engine's running, or they're stopping a car and the blue lights are going, you can't turn the car off. So because of that, we have a very, very, very high maintenance bill. And I thank gosh for 5-Star Auto. They're good. Unfortunately, our staff of 2 at the barn can't keep up with it. So we have to use the 5-Star. Haji, I see that bill so much, I dream about it. But it's expensive, but it keeps our vehicles rolling. What Shannon and I did last week, as I did every year, we interpolated the cost of our maintenance. Took what we had for the 9 or 10 months, did the math and figure out what it should be for the full year. And everything you see right here is definitely well honed and focused numbers. We didn't exaggerate or throw in any fluff. So if you see that high cost of maintenance, it's because that's what it costs to run. We take care of them, and officers, I'm very proud of our staff. There's no hot rodding or anything such as. A lot of vehicles are assigned to the officer, and they take care of them. It's like their little, their little pet. They want to. If we didn't do that, they would probably be in worse shape. So what you see there, Mayor, is the bare bones, focused, defined scores on what we need.
Do we, I thought perhaps, and maybe I misunderstood, do we lease our police vehicles from Enterprise? Is that still happening?
With that,
Our police vehicles, they're leased from Enterprise, and Enterprise does not maintain them?
no, not really.
So it's just a lease, a straight lease. And then the barn are those staff members that are responsible for the vehicle and equipment maintenance. They are primarily doing routine maintenance. Is that what's happening? They're doing oil changes, tire changes.
Right.
And so then that leaves the gap for any other issues with those vehicles
Correct.
that are outside of normal routine maintenance, correct?
Yes.
Lieutenant Anderson is the fleet manager.
Fleet management.
Just commenting on the last statement that you made, the barn helps us out tremendously in terms of little tasks here and there with me in particular. For example, I needed a high water vehicle moved from the PD to the barn just for storage area, and they're very quick about helping me with stuff like that. As of late, with our fleet and the condition that those vehicles are in, we have been taking them straight to 5-star. So for example, those oil changes, they have been going to 5-star. For example, if they need new tires, we go to a place off of 1765, which I believe is called Mitchell's, something like that. And so it's my understanding, I confirmed with Enterprise, that for the city of Lamarque, all the Enterprise vehicles are maintained and paid for by Enterprise in terms of maintenance and stuff, except the police department. So the police department's vehicles are not paid for by Enterprise. We're paying for that. And so I believe one of the reasons why this has gone up to, I believe it's the 154, bumped up quite a bit, is for several reasons. But I think one of the main ones is our fleet is, it's not in an ideal place. I believe that this should have been thought about kind of in the long term and the long scheme of things. These vehicles are supposed to be rotated out every so often, every so miles, every, approximately 3 years, depending on how much they're being used. That simply has just not happened. And as a result, we have a limited number of vehicles that are being used and abused, and we have to maintain those until we update our fleet.
Let me ask you, Lieutenant Anders. Perhaps I shouldn't ask you. Let me ask it in this way. Do you know, have you been given any reason from the Public Works Department as to why our barn, for lack of a better term, is not changing your oil and replacing your tires?
Just from what I recall, actually being in that position with having to turn in my vehicles, and now that I'm kind of over and supervising and kind of overseeing it, the barn, I mean, it's Tony and Albert. So they're, from what I can see, maybe overworked. And again, these vehicles, we have to get back out on the road. We only have a limited number of vehicles that are used every single day. So in order for an officer, say a night shift officer, they can only drop off those vehicles and pick them up at certain times. They can communicate with the day shift officers to make that happen and kind of work together. But it's a more in terms of proficiency and making it kind of expedite the process, we have been taking them to 5-star to keep up on the maintenance. again, I don't want to recant on what I said about Tony and Albert. I think they have been doing a great job. I just sent an
Yeah.
email, I think last week, kind of saying, great job to Shannon. But anyways, it wasn't a perfect system. So we were turning them into the barn. I can recall on multiple occasions where the work just wasn't being done. For whatever reason, I'm not quite sure. We take them to the barn, that work just wasn't being done. And the work that was being done at, a previous time, that work just wasn't, adequate. It wasn't a great job. And to my understanding, they're not certified mechanics. I mean, they're not certified to be working on, when we're talking, brake jobs and more, not just an oil change or maybe rotating tires, that's kind of pushing it in my opinion. I think I kind of pushed for these to go to actual shops to get certified
Yeah.
mechanics to
Well,
work.
yeah, well, Lieutenant Anders, we applaud you for doing what you have to do to keep the people safe. That's clear. At some point, you have to make a decision to get vehicles and equipment on the road to keep people safe, and that's what your role, my understanding of your role is, right? But it is times like these in budget workshops where we can identify inefficiencies, right? And so if, for example, a police vehicle maintenance budget goes from $80,000 in 2025 to $154,000 in 2026, that is $74,000. Now, what we could do is we could push as a council for certified, trained staff members. We will probably have to add maybe another $15,000 per mechanic. That's $30,000, right? A $30,000 investment, but it's not a $75,000 investment. And the council needs to hear things like what you're saying, so that we can make those determinations, so that we can know where to invest more, so that we can hold those positions more accountable. Or it could be that there are two folks down at the barn. This might also be true. There are two folks down at the barn. There are X amount of police cars and X amount of backhoes and X amount of whatever those things are that Public Works use. Mr. Lowry could probably roll them off his tongue if we asked him to, but I won't because I can't. But they still need to be maintained, right? So we need to know exactly where to put those dollars, right? And what you're saying is perhaps we need to take a closer look at the process of vehicle maintenance. Again, casting no aspersions on those wonderful gentlemen down there. I know Tony personally, been knowing him for years. Great young man with a heart for our city. And so this has nothing to do with people as much as it has everything to do with process. And so I thank you for that. I thank you for keeping our people safe. Thank you for making decisions that keep our people safe. But now it's up to this council to understand why we are doing things the way that we're doing them. And so thank you for that information. Mr. Mayor Pro Tem.
First one, Monica, this is to you and city manager. When it comes to math, I have to apply myself. All my other courses, I never had to apply myself. This one I have to. But when I look at numbers, things don't make sense sometimes to me. And we've been told that the numbers so far on expenditures are through the month of July. Is that accurate? I've heard that.
That was what the finance director said.
Had
Yes.
said through July. So for FY25 here, I'm looking at the chief's handout here. And it's actually, you have it here too, in the book.
Mhm.
But the second line for FY25 shows the expenses to date. As I understand, as has been explained to me.
You're on
Okay,
the
same page?
on the
Yes.
30/30.
Well, on all the lines,
okay.
on that category FY25 at the top,
Mhm.
this is the this is the budgeted item for FY 25. And then that second line is what's been spent
It's-
to date.
Yes, that's what it's supposed to be, but that column for FY 25 in the budget system isn't right. That's
Okay.
why we used the ones in the book.
Shoot myself. Okay.
Which column was that? Tell me again.
Okay.
Which one we got?
So now I need to take this and go back to the book for the category.
Yes, for FY 25,
For FY
those are
25.
the more accurate numbers for FY 25.
On this one, then it would be back to the book. All right, so let me just see this real quick. Payroll tax. All right. Well, they're kind of, well, I only see one category that's accurate, but I mean, right on point, but look, so the accurate numbers in terms of expenses to year to date would be back in the book,
And yes,
this one under this line.
yes,
All right. That helps me. So you're not, chief, then, I'm just trying to track this down. You're not seeing, for purposes of your budget planning, the accurate year-to-date expenses for your department.
What I did, Mayor Pro Tem, Shannon and I, because the MDSS is not current, as you're mentioning, and the book is current, we have, they send us a monthly status, and I have to go and fill in why we're over or under. And that's what we were using. We were using, when we interpolated the correct figures for this, we used the actual one we got, the latest one, numbers. We didn't use what was on this. I know what you're talking about. We used the actual,
So
Up to the month.
you, in the book, back in the book,
right,
you're familiar with what it's saying you've spent year to date
correct. That
by
number
category.
that was sent to me in a separate document by Ryan from
Okay.
finance.
Okay,
So we would do,
so
we were looking at the right numbers.
for 25, that's
If
the
you look at
number
the-
that I can go by.
If you look at MDSS, we only spent 24,800.
Well, I know on your sheet. yeah,
Right.
That's what I was looking
Yeah,
at. That-
but what's on the right side that we project for the base, that's the correct. That's what I
Okay.
inserted.
So along those lines, then, let me ask you, the retirement category, that number keeps going up.
Which,
Are we having
what line?
that's line. Well, let's see, over here, it would be the
Okay,
1065.
1060.
1065.
That's reflective of the city's contribution to the retirement plans.
Oh,
So-
that's not necessarily saying that we have more officers that
No,
retire.
so as
That's just the
you start,
contribution.
have more staff,
Uh-huh.
higher rate of pay.
Okay,
Your
all right,
contribution.
thank you for clarifying that.
In that, they do, I don't do that, finance does that.
Yeah, yeah.
I didn't submit that number.
So is I say that because then for proposals for FY 2026, it seems to me those numbers on this book are low for
On what-
purposes of budgeting for 2026.
For 1065.
Well, it would be the 1065, yeah. Because year to date, we've spent 744,000 in contributions to the retirement fund. And your proposal for 2026, according to this, is 645,000.
Right.
And how many openings do we still have in the department? 6. So we anticipate getting those filled, right? And so that would
Now we have
mean
5.
that we'd have additional contributions to the fund. So that's why I'm saying logically, at least in my little old mind, that number.
She's still with us.
Higher. That's.
Yeah.
And And kind of like I said, those three items, which are big ticket items, kind of stick out to me. I'd like to look at those a bit more carefully, but we don't have to do that now. The other question I have, if I ask you this question, Chief, or anybody, Lieutenant Andrews, maybe you, what's the average age of our vehicle, our police vehicles?
I know I give you the average mileage, but
No, I want to know.
we
what's-
have average mileage.
I know.
But
And I guess I go back because I'm looking at best practices
yeah,
in my 20-something years with the Red Cross, and we have a lot of vehicles. I drive one, right? So we already know what's an average age of our vehicles? When do we estimate this has to be taken out of stock, transferred, right? And so fundamentally, it begins with everybody being aware, what's the average age of vehicles?
We have kind of going in order. We have 5 Tauruses that are 2016s, I believe. 2016s, 5 Tauruses, which I'm trying to avoid using those for.
Okay, so the answer is we don't know right now. We'll work on that. That's the answer.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I'm just, so that would be helpful, average age of vehicles in terms of planning.
you do realize most of our, well, the large percentage of our patrol vehicles and vehicles we receive, they're under the enterprise lease purchase.
I understand
And
that.
they were supposed to replace them on a continuing basis every few years, but due to COVID and other matters and the production of Fords, it got sideways. You know
I
that.
remember that,
Okay.
where even the former city manager Garcia went to Georgia to pick up vehicles that we couldn't find and things of that nature, right? Because that is an area, Miss City Manager, that I'm most interested in really doubling down on that enterprise agreement. I've always had problems with it, by the way, and on that side.
When it kicked off, if you remember, on my way out in 2014, we started that lease purchase, and it was great. You know, we're going to replace them every few years. In fact, I think they were going to do most of the maintenance, but in my absence, it's that number of years ceased, and we ended up taking on the maintenance of the whole vehicle, other than when it's under warranty,
Yeah.
you know, by the manufacturer. So Matt Whiteley, who we've worked with, I must say, Madison Whitenhouse, she's kind of like the go-between now and the city manager. So they need to keep working on that program, because they should be replaced every number of years, and they buy some
I
back.
plan on taking a look at that a little closer on that
And the
side.
reason to go with that fleet management on that, the way that Enterprise sells it, is that whether you're in COVID or not, we can still get you your vehicles.
That's my point. That's how it was sold when I first came
Yeah.
on, right? And because that takes me to my second area. I think in terms of, as I've listened to the fire department, I've listened to Public Works so far. Ultimately, I don't think any professional department, such as the police or the
Right.
fire, need to be worried about the maintenance of their vehicles.
There you go.
All right.
Exactly.
That's not something that your primary responsibility is the safety of our residents and the response. And that goes for the fire department.
I agree.
So I say that because I think you have to have a fleet coordinator, that certainly. But in terms of the city side, I think we have to get serious about looking at either a fleet maintenance contract. And that way they send alerts. I get alerts when I have to have my oil changes done. And I take it into the card, that the entity that takes the card. Could be Firestone, it could be whomever. And they also authorize repairs, and they make sure that by the way, when you bring it in, that the windshield wipers have been replaced, things of that nature, and they do all that. So that's a little item I say to my council members that perhaps, and I'll bring back some more information. Another part of this is, and this is something I mentioned last year, I think, Mr. Lowry, you and I had a discussion about this. is, with all of our vehicles, if we can save 2 or 3 cents per gallon on our gas or our diesel, all of these things, that's money that we as a city can utilize and redirect in other fashion for our benefits. So how do we accomplish that? Well, in my simple mind, the simplest way is have the city or the individuals go sign up for the Shell preferred user card. I go there now and I get my 5 cents off of the gas, because that's what we're doing right now. We're going to gas stations and we're gassing up. It's our senior vehicles at the gas station, or Citgo at the Citgo station over here. And I think I'm a member of Citgo and I also get the lower rate. And so just at the simplest, how can we accomplish that so that any officer, is it a city card or Ms. Florence, you might have some thoughts.
Mayor Pro Tem, on this leased vehicle situation, you know, the brains for that entire operation was our prior finance manager, director, Susie Koo. And she had it down to a science, but only she knew what the science was. And I mean, looking at it over the years, I know Madison's been working with the city managers, White House. That is a very, very important topic, because everything we do, it rolls. And not only us, Public Works, Fire, we really need somebody that talks to Matt Whiteley. I know there's been a manager role, and let me tell you, poor old Caesar, it took up most of his day. We need somebody, this is my take, that works with Matt and does nothing but that, because we got a lot of vehicles. I got 48 vehicles just in my department, 4 high water vehicles. We got to have somebody that deals with Matt, because he's a deal maker, believe me, you know, and we've got to keep up on that. These rotation and buying them and all that's not easy. Poor old Miss Holly's going to be working with that, and it needs to be somebody dedicated to do that. If it's her or whoever, but
That's
Susie
why I
Koo
bring
did
up
it. Susie did it, and she did it on her own.
And that's why I bring up fleet management. Red Cross uses a group called Element. And we have our Element card and they're utilized. Mr. Flower, I
Yeah.
defer to you.
There's a lot of.
I strongly recommend a fuel tank for diesel and for gasoline. It's going to save, and I calculated it earlier. We're at $118,000 and roughly, 25 cents a gallon, depending on your fuel, how much fuel you go through. PD alone would be down to 106,000 from $118,000. So we're losing tens of thousands of dollars per department in fuel.
Do you mean have our own tank that we fill up and we get it
We used
wholesale?
We used to.
We used to have it.
Okay,
But
is that what you're
Yeah,
discussing
even
this
with the cost of a tank, if you lease the tank, you're still going to get 10 cents, 20 cents, 30 cents off per gallon, depending on the volume of fuel that you buy. And I mean, I'm sure they could use, $11,800 in their budget at the end of the year in fuel savings.
And that again was interpolated and no fluff added to that cost.
Yeah, let's go back and talk about why, how do we get into this partnership with Enterprise? And it was because we could not keep up with the fleet, with replenishing the fleet. Those of you that have been around here for a while, our fleet was aging even more than it is now, in particular with Public Works and other non-police department departments. And it was a way at that point in time to have access to vehicles at a fixed rate. It was a quantifiable number. We didn't, those councils, and I was a pup on those councils, Joe. We didn't have to worry about having to invest $1 million+ in one fiscal year and 50,000 in the next fiscal year. It was a constant cost, and we were able to navigate that cost because we knew what that cost was. But the program certainly needs to be analyzed to see where we are with that level of productivity and efficiency. Joe, I will go with you on the idea that at some point, we're gonna have to have a professional fleet and equipment manager, even if it's not a company, because we have, again, backhoes and great alls and things of that nature. They also need to be maintained. And we're losing tens of thousands of dollars because they are not being maintained properly, right? Because we have mechanics at our garage who are working their hearts out, but we don't have a real professional, to my understanding, and I know, again, I don't mean anyone any harm. We don't have a real professionally trained fleet and equipment manager. I believe I heard someone in the Public Works meeting the other day say that a lot of those pieces of our equipment in times past got damaged simply because they were in the elements of the environments, weathering, and non-maintenance because we didn't know how to maintain them. I don't know if it was Lieutenant Gandy that said earlier, at some point, you all would have to go out to some of the seized vehicles and start them and run them around the block, right? So I think we would be better served by looking into and investing into a professional, professionally trained fleet and equipment manager, because Lieutenant Andrews should not be tasked with trying to call 5-star. Is that what you call it, 5-star? To get tires changed. That should be done by a fleet manager. And I'm sure you have other, if I were to ask you, because I see 2 patrol lieutenants. So that means that they are primarily responsible for patrol, but then I know we have telecommunications. We have all sorts of other facets to our police department that you're going to tell me that Lieutenant Andrews is responsible for as well. So he can't supervise our telecommunications force and change tires at the same time. That's unfair. And so Joe, I think we need to look at that in a very serious way. I saw you wanted to say something.
I'm just trying to answer Mayor Pro Tem's question. I don't have the average year. I can just tell you how many of each years we have. May not be in order. So we have, starting with the newest ones, we do have 12 2023s. And we have 2 2021s, 3 2022s, 7 2019s, 1 2018. When we have 3 2015s and 3 2016s.
What was
Those
that?
are,
I'm sorry.
yes, ma'am.
What was after 2023? Oh, I've got it right here.
12, we have,
22, 21s, 2021.
we have 2 2021s.
Okay, thank you.
We have 3 2022s, 3 2015s, 3 2016s.
Thank you.
Those are our patrol units. If we're talking about CID and admin vehicles, we have 5 2019s, 6 2021s, and 1 2020.
If you know, the 2015, 2016, and maybe even the 2018, are those still being leased?
The Tauruses, to my understanding, we own, not to get off on the side road, but I was trying to track down those titles to sell, just like we are in the thick of the action to try to sell the Tahoes, which the Tahoes, I believe, were, they're not on this current list that I have, but they were old 2015, 2016s, and those were 3 of them.
So you're saying you can't even find a title?
Well, we have 3 titles for the Tahoes, and we're pretty close to selling those unless I'm told otherwise. The 5 Tahoes.
Sorry, and how are you selling them? A surplus auction or how?
Back to enterprise.
Oh, so they actually still were leased.
We're selling,
so-
they became ours and then we're selling them back to them.
To get more.
Well, to get some, any money to be used towards
For the lease.
repairing our current fleet that's actually being used.
Well,
Same thing I was trying to do with the 5 Tauruses, because the 5 Tauruses we have are the 2015s and the 2016s at 6 total. Trying to sell those and use that money for our repair budget, because it's my understanding that repair budget for the vehicles is already depleted. And that's why I believe why we were trying to ask for a higher number, because of things like this that we're having to use the money on repairs. So.
That's what, same thing we have on break. We're requesting now that goes back into our repair maintenance, because before, we've had several units that have been wrecked and they were going just back into general funds. Right, OT?
Yeah, we had a 2021 Explorer that was total. We just had not just, it's been a little while now. One of our brand new units was recently totaled, and we were trying to get the remainder of that money back to our repair budget to help repair these older vehicles.
This whole reason is why, as the mayor mentioned, we need somebody to do that full time. Like my 2019 that I drive and the deputy chief drives the same vehicle. We own that, and we're paying a fee. It might be $50 a month towards enterprise. I don't know what they call that fee, a continuation fee, but a new patrol vehicle, we're paying the lease purchase amount about $1,900 a month. And at a certain point, they'll buy them back when there's still a lot of life left, and they'll give us money. It's equity, they call it. But this is what this manager would do. And it's got to be manipulated correctly. But it's really been a manager thing, city manager thing, and it was Kyle, but it really needs to be somebody away from the city manager, because she's got enough things to do.
I do know that, I don't know what all Madison does, but she seems to have, he keeps up with the fleet quite a bit.
Well, thank you.
Madison's doing a good job. But,
Yeah,
you know, she's got 40 other things she's got to do.
Sure,
IT.
sure. So I think that's council. I think that's an area that we should really press today and in the coming days. An area of fleet maintenance. There may be some cost savings on fuel.
Yeah.
We're hearing,
I like the.
and this is just one department, right?
Yeah.
It's a major department.
Right, and
It's
so
one of the big dogs.
think about the fire department, and how much they have had to have communications and contact with their
Fleet people.
with their fleet folks, and then the public works and their equipment. So I think this is if we don't already have that job, this is a job that we need to have. It will pay for itself, it sounds like. Anything else on fleet, ladies and gentlemen, before we press this to, there are a few other areas that a couple of other areas that I'd like to bring light to. And then we'll go to the animal control budget and we'll break for lunch. If no one else has anything on fleet, the next area that I'd like to press is 40/40 professional fees. We are being nosy, guys, in all of everybody's professional fees so that we can get a clear picture of what that line item is about. Because we are learning as we are not trying to beat the horse that's been dead for years. We need more education and experience on this council and within our departments on how to budget in a way that accurately reflects what those areas of need are. The chief, in 40/40, in 2025, you are projected to spend $53,940 in professional fees. In fiscal year 2026, according to the new documents that you provided, you are projecting that you will spend $151,100, which is roughly a $100,000 increase. And so what are those issues, those opportunities that you are projecting in professional fees? What's in professional fees?
Okay, sir. Breaking it down, drilling down, over here, there's 10,000 for, we have a grant, a rural cities grant from 2023 that Alice actually got us, the magic grant got us. It's in the grant and we agreed to spend $10,000 per year. And that's what we got. We're gonna be contracting with
That's our match.
No, I think that would be
That-
reimbursed.
that'd be reimbursed, yes, sir.
10,000 of it will be reimbursed.
It's 10,000 that will be reimbursed from the grant once we expend it. And
So who's getting this 10,000?
it's coming from the grant itself, Rural Cities Grant. And
Go.
yeah, and we agreed to use a consultant every year, no more than $10,000. And that's the fee we want to.
So this is a consultant.
That's, we're
So
gonna.
10,000 of it is a consultant fee.
Yes,
To
sir.
who?
We're working on a contract with the Resource and Crisis Center to get them to help us reduce aggravated assaults for domestic violence cases.
So the 10,000 will be a consulting fee to Resource Crisis Center?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
And it's be reimbursed.
okay.
The next item we have is we're paying them in the grant. We put it in there that every year we would provide RCC separate from that measure, $5,000 per year for their work. They're helping us out with this, a lady on Monday and a lady on Friday working 8 hours at the PD, working with us on family violence cases.
Okay.
So that's again reimbursable. That's in the budget. Then we have DNA testing for cold cases. We know we've solved some major cases at 25, 30 years old. I put $20,000 in there. That's just an estimate. And I think the last time we used it, it was about $3,000 or $4,000 to do a DNA workup on a cold case. So I put 20K in there. That was given to me by our cold case detective. Obviously, we might not spend it, but that's an estimate. We need to work on with Attico, our GIS system. Our records management system needs to have the correct addresses, and they do this GIS workup. And I put they said it would cost $7,000 to get the records management system correct by GIS measures, and that's going to be in next year's budget for us. They said it'd be about $7,000. We got to get our streets in the system correctly. If we're going to report to the council members, Councilwoman Griffin, if she wants to know the crime rate in her specific area, which I think you should. I was a councilman. I want to know what the crimes in my area.
Absolutely.
Hey, we can't do that because the streets are not in there.
Yeah.
So Attico said they can do that for us. Lieutenant Gandy was part of that, and he knows what I'm talking about. Grant writers, the Magic Grant got us. She doesn't come free, but she's very successful. She's got us almost $3 million worth of stuff.
She doesn't come free?
Alice Ashley. I put 40K in there, 40K to pay her if necessary. I don't know how, I estimated that, and
I thought Alice Ashley was paid nothing unless we were awarded grants. That's the story that's been being passed around.
That's on grants. Well, she's working on grants now and she's maintaining our grants, and we have to pay her, Mayor. So I assume.
Yeah, I totally get that someone should get paid for their work, but I'm saying this is not a situation where she's getting paid nothing unless she gets awarded grants, but she in fact actually is getting paid some sort of a consultant fee. Yes. Oh, yeah, let's clarify.
That
Mayor Pro Tem.
They're different situations, okay?
Right.
She writes grants at no charge and for certain amounts, up to that 25,000 that we agreed that she should apply, given notice to the city manager and the finance. There's no charge for that.
Yeah.
Unless we get funded for those.
No
So
problem.
that's
Yeah.
one situation.
Yeah.
There are other grants, as we kind of discussed on some of the projects, where the grant has a line that talks about administrative fees. So that's included in the grant amount. And then there are others of the larger amounts, that there's no line that's made for administration, but there are agreements made between entities like the city with regard to reimbursement of those larger amounts and the time.
Yeah.
There's an hourly charge that we have.
Yeah,
under that.
and I totally, let's be clear, I totally understand that, and I totally understand this being in the line item. What I'm suggesting is, this is a moment of clarity. There are parts of what, Miss Ashley does that she only gets compensated if those grants are awarded.
Okay.
But then there are other parts, of what Miss Ashley does where there are line items, she is invoicing us and she's receiving compensation. It could be 2, 3, it could be 15 different buckets. It does not matter to me. We're just simply trying to achieve a moment of clarity, right? That's all we're saying.
Okay, moving on to the IT. I've got, let me get out of here. I talked to Conrad and he mentioned that we need to look at our infrastructure. We have problems with our server. Our server works for the whole city, besides us. And he said we would need around $30,000 to put into our infrastructure for IT. And that's just an estimate. And I put that in there.
Okay.
Medical examinations for the new hires for the police officers, I put $10,000 in there. It's just a guesstimate, an estimate. If we ever need an external investigator, which we have several times, to do something that we need to have a disinterested party do an investigation from a certified investigator that's recommended by our attorneys. I put 7,000 in there, just in case.
So Chief,
Yes, sir.
let's stop there. I wanted to go back. You said 10,000 and then you said something about police cadets or new hires.
Medical exams for the new hire personnel.
So if they're getting their physical, they're coming on, they're getting, okay. Drug test, physical.
Psychological and medical. Police need a medical, a physical and a mental, psychological check by law.
Okay, so now let's go to the 7K. You said special investigator.
Yes, we've had times where we had a case where we had to do an external and hire an external investigator because we wanted it to be a disinterested party. Of course, that would be cleared with the city manager. I wouldn't take it on my own.
Why would you need a,
We've-
just give me some, I don't care, but just give me some,
Give you an
why would you
example.
need a special investigator?
Somebody to investigate, mostly internal investigations.
Okay.
Yeah, internal. We
It's not for citizens calls. or
no,
anything.
yes. And that's just in case. And of course, it's cleared through the city manager's office. Finally, we have one person working full-time in the property room. We're working on accreditation, as you know, and she needs help. I'm putting in there to hire someone 25 hours a week at $17 an hour, a contractor basically, to help the Zandra to do her work. And that's not unusual to have two people in there. It's really 1.5 persons in there. And we really need to do that. It's our evidence room is light years ahead of where it used to be, but we still need to keep going. We want to be accredited in 2026. It's looking really good. We're about 30% left to do, but she told me that she needs some assistance. And, we used to have an officer doing it as a spare job, and that's why
This is a records clerk?
it's the property room technician.
To Mayor Pro Tem's point that he made earlier, this is one of the areas that civilians are commonly used in the police
Right.
department to.
Yeah.
It's-
She's a civilian and full-time civilian.
Let me do this. Let me not run over this. I want to be clear because Mayor Pro Tem was sharing something with me,
Yes, sir.
but I want to be clear. Clearly, you all investigate crimes. And so we don't care about the crimes you investigate. Going back to this 7,000, I am trying to understand, would that be something that would be internal?
That's just internal.
That's all I was trying to get.
Right.
I think we all need to hear, 20,000 of us,
Right.
that this is something internal to the police department. Thank you, Chad. That's what I'm trying to understand.
Personnel,
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to understand. We don't want anybody thinking that there's a special investigator
no.
investigating James Osteen, and why he looks so fabulous in that striped shirt that he has. He does. Anyway. Before So let's be clear on that. Let's be clear on that. So now you're talking about a 20-hour per week person? And why would that be in professional fees?
It'd be 25 hours a week
Mhm.
at $17 an hour, no fringe benefits at all, just a contractor to help her.
Because it's a contractor?
This would be, what I'm recommending is a contractor that would come in,
I got you.
work 25 hours a week to help our property room, would be perfectly cleared with CGIS and everything.
Got you. Got you. And that's 32,000? How much is that?
22,100 total.
Got you. And that makes up your 151.
Yes.
You're good.
And
You
that's why we're at
That's
that
good.
level.
Yes.
And
Thank you.
Well, Chief, that all looks according to the plan to me. But again, this council decided to be nosy in people's professional fees. And so we're doing this to every department. What do you have in there? What are you doing with those monies so that our community can be educated on that? If there's nothing else on professional fees, ladies and gentlemen, the last thing that I wanted to talk to you about, and I just really wanted to listen more than I wanted to talk, is 70-10,
okay,
major renovations. You all are budgeting $301,000 for major renovations. Can you all just talk to us about the need for a new facility? I think that you want to articulate that, Chad? I think that I think more than any other of the conversations that we're having around a general obligation bond and how all of that is laid out by the parties that have decided to become invested in this discussion. At the end of the day, your facilities are subpar. At the end of the day, they are unsafe. And members of this council have said this for years, right? And they're deplorable. I just would like for you, all of you gentlemen here, have served this community with distinction for at least, I don't really know about Anders because he's the newest face, but I think I've been seeing all of y'all's faces for roughly 15 years or so at least. Talk to us about what it's like to work in a police facility where you have been being promised for the better part of 7 years or so, a new facility, and have not been able to achieve that new facility.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing for me is just, it's embarrassing. It's embarrassing when we're trying to run a professional department, we're trying to recruit. We try to have meetings with the district attorney's office and things like that. And it's, it's just, like you said, it's subpar. The other thing is we're trying to, when we budget, everything is, we don't know where we're gonna be, right? So we need new air conditioners. We're questioning putting $70,000-$80,000 worth of air conditioners onto a building that we don't know what's gonna happen to it. So then we have portable air conditionings all throughout the PD. But then what happens then is that's kicking breakers. It's an old breaker system. So only half the hallway can run their portable air conditioners because the other half is kicking breakers. Last year, I mean, at winter time, it was literally, I think we just were like 40-something degrees in the PD at some point because we couldn't run our heaters because of the breaking system, the breakers. So I think for us, the big thing is just where my frustration is where we're going to go. What are we going to do? Because we don't know. Do we fix our fence? Do we not fix our fence? Do we fix the roof? Do we not fix the roof? We put the ACs on there, on the roof. That's the big question right now, and I think we've just kind of been in this limbo of what we do, because probably Lieutenant Gandy and I have the biggest debate on this about, because I didn't want to invest another dollar in the building until we figure out what we're going to do, which has resulted now in us having a bunch of portable air conditioners. But it defies logic to go dump all this money into a building when we don't know what we're going to do. So yeah, we're past the PD is just, it's just not professional. It's just not. We're debating now, we're trying to get new floors into the briefing room. I personally think, we're doing a good job of trying to get some of these laterals over here. We're getting laterals from bigger departments and higher end department, higher paying departments. But they come over here and the floors are, I don't know, jacked up.
I mean, to that point, right now, or this morning, we had some potential new hire interviews, and my first choice to do those interviews is always right here. My backup is usually the community room. The third option is usually the city hall council or
Conference room.
Yeah.
Although we're busy, it's a busy Tuesday, all these spots are taken up.
Yeah.
My last resort was, I brought them into that, we had to do those interviews in that briefing room where the floor is popping up. And it's guess what's seeping through the tile.
Yeah, and we talked to the floor guy the other day, but then that turns into, with the age of your floor, then we have asbestos. I mean, I'm sorry, not asbestos. Yeah,
It would be asbestos. It would be asbestos.
Then it turns into that conversation. So then we just kind of go back and we just freeze and don't do anything. So then we've recently started talking about some of this CO money that's been there before. And that's why we went in and removed, I think, that large amount, saying if we can use the CO money towards something, we wouldn't have to invest this much money into the building. But I think we're at a point where we have to do something. We have to do something if we're going to move forward.
That's part of that 517.
Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
I have
517,000.
a question,
Yeah, I think so.
The 517,000 that we gave was
Oh, yes.
that we deleted from our budget. We included this
The
amount right here.
301,000.
If we use, if we can use the 2016 and 18 CO, all the stuff that we mentioned, which is 301K, we wouldn't need that. But then again, even if we don't get that, it's still 301,000. We don't spend.
Is it this is my soapbox that I always get on, and I know it's frustrating, but from the floors to the ceiling, to the roof, to the walls, there is nothing in that building that does not need repair.
Yeah.
The electronics, the IT, it's just been lipstick on a pig for
Absolutely.
I don't know how many years.
I mean, you have the ceiling tiles have stains on them where rodents have
And we've
passed
done
away,
basic
and we don't
things,
have a
like,
proper
we'll
duct
trade out those tiles and stuff like that. Francisco's been doing a great job about doing some of those kind of things, but then a couple months later or whatever, something else is.
But the problem with that is that we don't have a proper ventilation system,
Yeah.
right? So the air filters in that air conditioner basically not really doing anything. So which is not a
which
good
would
duct
probably
system.
help filling AC. Which I think we've got, what, 4 or 5 up there in that building?
6.
Six,
Yeah.
that all 6 need.
So my thing is we've asked finance, and I believe there's like 2.9 million or something like that between the different COs, is can we use that money towards something? Just moving forward, whatever, another building, do something.
I just wanted to comment. I think when you started this conversation off, the things you said, you made several great points and hit them right on the head. But when we were talking to Francisco just the other day, there's major things that need to be done with that police department. And to answer your question, I've been here 11 years. It's been the same building, unfortunately. I love working here. I'll say in terms of general recruitment and retention purposes, like I think someone said, that the building, we need a new building, but I want to say something about health. You mentioned something about health. And one of the things I mentioned to Francisco is getting a third party, like contractor, or someone non-biased, to come in and do a general health inspection on that building and tell me what the results are. I'm willing, I'm not gonna bet, but there's a distinct possibility that there's going to be health hazards in that building, and it's not acceptable. That's all there is to it. We put so many Band-Aids on this building. Well, it's my understanding it was a bank building.
Right.
And we've torn down walls, we put up walls, we're housing a ton of people in there. I just wanted to know, and I'm working on it, is that building safe for people to be working in there? In terms of the building itself, but also mold, mildew that may be inside the walls. And you already mentioned asbestos. What else is in there? You mentioned something like that, and it's on my to-do list, looking more into.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, one other thing, Mayor, and the other issue is, and this comes up every single year, usually numerous times. I mean, we have the biggest department, we have 60 people to house when a storm, some type of event happens. And what happened during COVID? We all caught COVID because you got 50, 60 people crammed into this building, trying to sleep in the same building. It does not work. It does not, it just doesn't work. And that's one of my frustrations when we have these major events. We don't have anywhere to sleep.
Yeah.
We're just trying to figure it out as we go.
Yeah, yeah, we froze as a police department, and people don't remember these things,
Yeah.
but I do.
Yeah.
We froze as a police department, sleeping in this facility here where there was no heat.
Right.
And we caught COVID
And then brought it back to our families.
and brought it back to our families. And that's a big issue. Mayor Pro Tem, I saw your hand, Mr. Lowry, I saw your hand.
In order to move forward to help our department, we have $3 million sitting. A bond's not going to pass. I don't think it's going to pass. To your statement about the third-party inspector, I actually researched the email and that building per fire code and stuff it's illegal, period. I can verify that. I've seen it. I researched the code. I talked to other departments outside of the city to get non-biased opinions. It doesn't work. We have $3 million. We have a building. So instead of trying to get the taxpayers to put out a bond that's going to fail, why don't we use the $3 million for building A, build out whatever portion we can build out, whether it's 10% of the building or 30% of the building or 40% of the building, build it out. That gives a safe environment for our officers to work. And then the building over here can still be utilized for a jail or whatever we have to use it for. And then we can continue down the road with maybe another $3 million. But instead of doing $17 million for a bond that we don't have a property for, we don't have a design for, we don't have, it's going to fail. And it's a disservice to you guys to put it out. So my recommendation would be use whatever we have available, build out what we can. We have the property. We have a building. It's been sitting for years, unused. It's been used for training, but it would be a disservice to the citizens and a disservice to you guys to just keep on wasting that space. So my recommendation would be to utilize the funds, get you guys safe, and then we can worry about this building as soon as you guys are healthy and safe over there. I'm going to request, Ms. Hawley, that Mr. Gus doesn't want to respond to the email. I talked to him about it yesterday, but I'm going to request that building is inspected by a health department.
It's already being scheduled right now, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. So we do have options, and I think we need to get contractors to look at what we can do with what's available, get it done, and then we can worry about that place later. We can still use it for housing, still use it for a jail. Then we're not putting out a $17 million bond. Not that I don't want that for you guys. I'd love to have a new station that's $17 million or $25 million or $100 million. I'd love for you guys to have that, but I don't see it passing the vote. And I don't want you guys to get stuck and burned for another 3 years.
Yes. Couple comments. I'm glad to hear about the inspection. That's that's how a business process, but to make sure that there's a safe environment. I'm glad that that's followed through. That had been communicated previously. There had been not happened. So that's number one. Number two, I think that there are options, Council. I saw at the Texas Department of Emergency Management Conference, and had not seen it before, there are now almost container-like pop-up buildings that were on display by other police departments and the FBI as well. They're at the exhibit hall. I'll follow up and provide those to you, Ms. City Manager. Those are internal steps to your thought that we can get a safe environment pretty quickly. There are options, and do it within some reasonable numbers and budgets so that there is a safe environment there. I think that the council will work out the details with regard to, I think they will collectively work out the details on what's the best way, date for a bond. My expectation is the community is ready for it. I think that if we can all get behind it, and especially with the voices of all of us up here saying, let's do this, we'll get there. And especially if there's no tax increase associated with that particular offering. And more importantly, your voices. The best testimonials these days are not hiring some rabbit or anything else. It's tell your story and continue to tell your story of the situation. And certainly the community will get behind that, in my opinion. That's all.
Mr. Lowry, I wanna,
think that was a joke.
this is a moment in time, Mr. Lowry. And that what we can do is we can learn to have a discussion. We can learn to talk about things from different perspectives and not feel as though we're being attacked. Because the idea for me in this moment is to share a perspective that is perhaps different from your perspective. And that's okay. Two elected officials can have a different perspective. And I am sharing with you that my perspective is not an attack on you. I don't want you to take that. Because this council needs to get along. My perspective is an observation about things that are happening in our community as it relates to a police station. I don't know where we get the idea as a community, some of us, not you, Mr. Lyon. You're one of us now. How do we know that this bond will fail? We don't know. But there are forces that have been, not you, Mr. Lyon, there are forces that have been against every assertion of a police station for years. And I don't know why. We tried in 2021 to begin this discussion about a police station. And there was an assertion that it won't work. Mr. Garcia tried to speak to this previous councils to this about, what do you call those, Joe, those 380 agreements? A 380 agreement, public-private partnership, where P3, thank you, where part of the obligation would be upon a private partnership, which would reduce the obligation on this municipality. It failed because it seems as though wherever there is an assertion for a police station, folks who believe and profess and claim, not you, Mr. Lowry, that they are for police stations, they do everything in their power to fight against police stations. And at the end of the day, whether those forces, not you, Mr. Lowry, whether they are truly opposed to a police station or not, they have been obstructionist. And the primary people that are being affected by these political games, not you, Mr. Lowry, you're one of us today. You're in this discussion and it's peaceful. But folks on the other side of this dance, when they fight against what we all know is necessary, what happens is these folk are hurting. G-Rod has to go into that station, Wagner does, Chief Argon does, Anders, Gandy, and all of the folks that they represent in the Lamar Police Department. They have to go back to that station and they have to risk their lives, not only on the streets of Lamar, but in Lamar police cars that are subpar. And then they have to go back to these stations that are deplorable and I would venture to say are unsafe. And we are, just last night, we had all of these assertions, not you, Mr. Locke, had all of these assertions as to why this police station won't pass, all of this brain power, all of this intensity, all of this passion. And I'm sitting here thinking, why won't we band together and solve the problems that are associated with a potential bomb? Why won't we put our brain power together and whatever those obstacles are, let's figure out how to get past those obstacles so that we can provide a new police station for the people of Lamar and for our officers. At some point, we are going to have to get past whatever those issues are to a place that a bond will pass. If you're suggesting, Mr. Lowry, in your visiting with your constituency, that there is a concern about a bond, I respect that. So why can't we get together, roll up our sleeves and alleviate those concerns? Work with the police department, work with your constituency. Ms. Griffin work with hers, I work with mine. We all get in a room and we figure out what will work. How can we all get behind a bond for our police department? First it was, we don't have the authority. We shouldn't have the power as a council to issue CO bonds. And so I took the stance, I won't vote on any CO bond. I will make sure in my own one vote, everything I vote for is general obligation. Well, that's not good enough either. Then there are other issues and more issues and more issues. And they're just issues, not you, Mr. Lowry, being thrown at this idea of a police station, and you can't really figure out why. Right? At the end of the day, they are needing a police station. And more important than anything that I just said, Lieutenant Anders is on to something. If in fact this police station is a liability from a health perspective, it is now a liability. And I promise you, we're not going to be just paying out $17 million. We're going to be way above $17 million because there are 13 non-sworn officers. There are 52 sworn officers in this police department, not to mention the prisoners that have come through those detainees, I'm sorry, whatever you all call them, the judge and her staff that goes in and out of that police department, visitors, people that are trying to file police reports, all of these folks are going in and out of this police department that everybody in this city knows is deplorable and it is a hazard to life and safety. And yet we are still at that podium, lobbing all sorts of crazy excuses up here, passionate, intense, beside ourselves as to why things won't work. Not you, Mr. Lowry. You're with us now. You're with us. But I'm talking about things coming from this way, right? So at some point, we have to put down all of these reasons as to why a police station won't work. And we have to look our officers in the eye and do right by them. They need a police station, regardless if Joe's 5 foot tall or he's 6 foot tall, regardless if Tanya likes watermelon or she likes peaches, regardless if Miss Holly has deer on her farm or lavender. At the end of the day, we still need a police station. They need it. And to make all of these other arrangements around why they can't get one now, they've heard that before and they're tired. And I think we need to move past that as a community and do what's right by our police department, not by Mayor Bell, not by James Osteen, not by any member of our community, but by the Lamarck police. If we love them as much as we say we do, then we have to get past whatever it is that's holding some of us back to make us fight against police stations over and over again. Not you, Mr. Lava. I'm not talking about you. Get to a place that we can all get in the room and say, you know what, we got all of these issues, but one thing we all agree on is they need a police station. Let's figure out, to Joe's point, let's figure out how to present a bond to the people and all get behind it. Work out the numbers. Let's look at the numbers. Let's look at whatever we need to look at. Let's all do our part together to get them their station. And then we can go back to all of the other things that we've been doing again at another time. But right now, guys, you all need a police station. And I'm willing to do whatever is necessary to get us to that place that we can actually get this to the voters. Because I'm with you, Mayor Pro Tem. I think the voters are looking forward to that under the right circumstances, conditions, with the numbers and everything else being accurate. And again, Mr. Lara, this is not an issue directed toward you. You are a duly elected member. This is an issue for all of us as a council to try to figure out and navigate together. I do hear your perspective. I am concerned about the things you're concerned about. All those things I can understand. But we got to try to figure this out, at least this piece out, for these folks, because they deserve it. They deserve it. Anything else?
Yeah, just for the record, we do have $3 million. We do have a building that's been vacant for a decade. And just remember, the tax rollback, what did the citizens want? By 72%. Just remember. So I'll personally do a poll. And I'll turn that data over to you to see who's in support of a police department.
Yeah, we can work. We need to work
Or
through
a
it.
bond, excuse me. Everybody would support a police department. There's no
Sure.
doubt about that, but it's how we do it, the process.
Yeah.
But I'll run a poll and I'll provide you that information.
Let's try to start here and work through these issues so that we can do what's best for our police department. I look forward to that.
We just need to be really careful.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead. Okay.
Mr. Lowry, and we'll talk about it. But I just want to say this, Mayor mentioned something that I've taken to heart, and I've been reading up on some items. We're on this side of the bench now. We're elected. And if we're publicly talking about items that have come here, there could be problems under the Open Records Act. So I will share that information with you, and you can pass it on to your attorney and stuff on that side. So
And also for
Well, that's
bond
all.
issues, you can only do factual.
Factual.
We cannot be for or against. We can only be factual. So we just need to make sure that we're following
Yeah.
what's
Just
required of us on this side.
Mayor, can I add?
Yes, sir.
The only thing that I would strongly suggest is that we have some type of plan in the interim, that we all know what that plan is. Because I think that's where we started this conversation, is what do we do in the interim? We all know it's going to be at least 2 or 3 years before there's, before it's done.
Best case scenario.
And you
I got
have, you talked about liability. I would argue that's probably already kind of been there, right? With COVID thing, or our dispatch. I know Maya's probably waiting to say something that, they've been working up there for years. They don't have a bathroom accessible to them, right? They have to wait to get someone to relieve them. They're in a box for 12 hours a day. Before, they have to go try to go to the bathroom on the other side of the building. You can't just leave a radio. So.
Go ahead, Joe.
One other item that I think is, I've heard, thanks for sharing the information on the numbers, Mr. Lowry. I wasn't aware of some of the numbers you mentioned there. But I think that we can't make any decisions here. We're just listening at this point. But I can tell you that I heard that number, and I'm committed to working with all of council to find interim options, right? There's interim options so that, and I happen to agree with you. Why waste good money against something that perhaps won't be there at some future point or can't be saved. That's the other thing. And so thanks all of you for that.
Yeah. We are at 1 o'clock, council. We started about 30 minutes after the time that we posted. We are at our lunch break. Do we want to take lunch and reconvene with the animal services after lunch? Sounds like a good, this was this part of this discussion was a very good part of the discussion. I think that we heard our police department and we shared our concerns, and that's a good thing. So, having said that, we will break for lunch. We will reconvene at 2:30 with a hard start at 2:40, Ms. Nance. Very good. We are 2:40. We're in recess. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. We are back from our lunch break. This is budget day 5, if I'm not mistaken. And we are visiting today with our police department, with Chief Argon, who's been with us all day. And now we are moving, still in the police department purview, but we're moving now to our animal services line item, which is part of the police department operation, but it has its own separate line item. And we have a representative from the city of Lamarck on that committee, and that is our former council member, the Honorable James Osteen. Welcome, Mr. Osteen, as always, who will help us navigate this animal services budget. And so I don't know if Mr. Osteen will start, or you, whoever start.
I'll just
start, you have the floor.
Mayor, as you know, this is under the police department, this budget, but as you mentioned, Councilman James Osteen, he's the point of contact, because you all appointed him to be on the actual point of contact. I'm the secondary, and he's going to cover.
Primary committee member. Welcome, James.
All right, good. I'm gonna start out. Well, let's go to tab 12. We need to make some
In the budget
corrections.
book?
Yes, in your budget book.
Okay.
We'll start with, yeah, it's the page behind the police budget. And to give the new councilmen and women some history, what I belong to is, it's called the Galveston County Advisory Committee. It's made up of 8 cities in the county. And it's a committee that's required by state law. Okay. I've been a chairman for several years of it, and they take care of our animal services here in town. We contract with them. And so that's what that's about. Let's start out with this tab 12. If you look at the first item up there, it says Galveston County contract, 121,000. This is for 2024. If you all look at that and follow with me, everybody with me.
Mm-hmm.
And underneath it, it says the shelter operations, 64,000, for a total of $185,671 in 2024. That figure is wrong. The total contract services was 121,000. And now, I don't know who put that shelter operation there, but they've got a shelter operation and they've got a field operation. The shelter operation for this year is $93,453. That's to house the animals that they pick up. The field services are $49,000. And I got this budget summary I got it yesterday from the Chief Financial Officer for Galveston County. You'll notice it's increased from last year, but let's stay on number 12. Let's finish the tab. So all them figures you see across there are pretty much wrong. Okay. They show a proposed 2026 of 138,000. That's incorrect. It's 154,000. And I'm assuming that they published this off of last year's and try to get y'all a budget, because this advisory committee is supposed to meet quarterly, and we hadn't met in a year. They're trying to change the agreement with all the cities, and that's going to probably come to us for too long. I talked to her yesterday, and she said they're still working on it. Here's what the advisory committee does. They review and recommends changes to the Animal Resource Center operations, policy, regulations, and budget. We didn't have a part in this budget this year. I don't know what that's about, but anyway, I want to say that $154,000 is fair in my opinion. If you look down below that, they went up $20,496 on us, but look right underneath that number where it says, the column says net change. They went up $306,000 on Texas City. Now, I mention this because that's only shelter operations. So Texas City shelter operations is $780,000. They base all this on population. in a city. One reason ours went up $20,000 is our population is increased, I think almost, what, someone said almost 3,000 people earlier to 21 something, but so right now it's based on population. And if you look, Texas City doesn't pay a field fee because they got their own dog catchers. That's why they don't have to contribute any money to the field part of the budget here. But they do pick up a lot of animals. That's why they got a big bill here. I don't know how they're going to react to that, but that's their problem. If you look over here on the far right, it shows you what the population census is. And in the past, we've been running around 18,000 people, and that's what our budget's been based on. But now, the 154,000 sounds like a lot, but let me run this by y'all, and this is how I look at it. The field is $49,000. If we had our own dog catchers, because the council's brought it up several times, that why don't we just do it ourselves? Would it be cheaper? The field is $49,000. We still have to pay the $93,453 to house animals. So we're getting 2 dog catchers, a truck with a box on the back of it for $49,000 a year. That makes sense?
You saying when we're being with them, we're getting access to two dog?
They usually run
Yeah.
two. Yeah, I think they try to have 3, but turnover.
Do you know, James, how much they pay those dog catchers?
How much they pay the employees?
Yearly, yes. How
You
much-
know, I don't have I usually get that when we do budget with them. We usually have a budget committee and that I sit on, but it's up around $15 an hour, I believe now, maybe a little bit more. But they have a terrible turnover.
What does that equate on a yearly basis? School teacher?
Yeah, now,
Not even a living wage.
where's our finance director? Let her-
It's 30,000?
Around 30,000.
Around 30K.
Yeah.
And then you said we'll still have to pay fuel.
You
And get a
got to
vehicle.
pay fuel for your trucks, your maintenance on your trucks, uniforms, equipment. You'd have to get the yard catcher certified. So it'd run a bill up pretty quick,
Pretty quick. Huh?
just if you had one dog catcher.
Yeah, I got you.
It also has to be 7 days a week because animals have to be fed and watered
Right.
7 days a week. So that's,
you're
that's
looking
the
at-
expense.
You're looking at 2 employees for sure,
Mhm.
maybe 4, because it's 24 hours a
I got
day.
you. Yeah.
So we got a pretty good deal.
Chief, did you want to ask?
I mentioned this last year, the year before, James knows, having been chief of cities, several cities that had animal control,
Mhm.
to run an operation for our city, I would estimate between 350 to 400K.
Mhm.
That's because to have one person on duty, the formula is you multiply that times 4.5. You need around five people to have somebody on duty 24/7. Then you got the vehicle, like James said, you got the shelter operate, you got the euthanization, the dog food, the veterinary services. So for 154K, we're getting a good deal,
Yeah.
really.
Yeah.
Keep going.
Okay, so that's about the gist of it. Is short and sweet, just get to the point. That's all what we got here. And and it's gonna go up a little bit every year as our population goes up.
Okay.
And we realize, you probably heard it as councilman, there'll be a complaint every now and then, something, but they do a good job overall, considering the services they provide. If I call, my staff call, the leadership, they respond. And it's a thankful job being an animal control agent, let me tell you.
I have a question, Chief.
Yes, ma'am.
And I know, we've talked about this in the park world. And so I was recently at West Lawn Park, with the guys that mow our grass, the lawn people. And there are 2 black labs that frequent the park. They're very aggressive. And so, of course, I didn't remember the number to call, but I did have animal control in my phone because we had the problem at Highland Bayou. And when I called them, they had already received several reports at different times about those same dogs at that park. And the lawn people said that they've reported it to the city. Have you heard anything about that? And what is the, what would happen if we called you guys to come out there?
Well, that's typically what happens. Citizens will call us.
Okay,
We call animal control.
okay,
That's how it is. Well, people do call it directly, but if we get it, then we keep up with it better.
okay,
Yeah. So, and you know, I've dealt with them on a lot of cases, dog bites and stuff. You tell them about the animal agent will come out and he'll look at the dog's name.
yeah,
That's,
yeah.
that's how close they get to. They do a really good job. Citizens. Really.
And they write citations.
You know,
Yeah, they do write stuff.
we were told that they are from the neighborhood and they're literally killing cats in the neighborhood. So if I think I deleted them after I talked to them, but if I find the pictures, I'll send them to you.
Any other questions, concerns, observations? For our fine gentleman here? Hearing none, thank you.
You bet.
Thank you very much. Here, who do we have next? Oh, we do? All right, good. I'll take him.
Joe was ready to go. Continue.
Why, nothing,
He's
sir.
ready to get the gavel, Joe. Put the gavel in your hand. Yeah. Keep working that ankle over there.
Well, at this time, because you all weren't scheduled to talk to the boards this session. So at this time, you guys were done with presentations. It was time for your general recap. But if you all would like to speak to the Parks Board president, he is here. He's president,
Well,
chairman.
Without objection,
Yeah, that's fine.
Mr. Bach.
Mayor did tell him to come back.
Okay.
I understand. 'Cause we got a mister ahead.
Good afternoon now.
Good afternoon.
That. Like I said, I'll drop these proposals off this morning, give y'all some time to read through it. Like I say, my main concern was that Public Works didn't allow us to spend budget money y'all had granted to us for 25, year 20, you know, and that was a big concern. We never could get past that. So there's multiple requests, even recent requests that just got blown off. And so I'm asking y'all to typically when the money we get from the council, which is budget related funds, we've always been used to the term use it or lose it. We weren't allowed to spend this money this year. We've never had a clear answer for that. Just Ms. Hobby wouldn't let us spend it. And so I'm asking at this point is for council to roll that money over to next year and direct Public Works to work with the board about our expenditure requests.
First, Mr. Bach, just so that you know, we're not, we can't take any action here.
Correct.
We're
correct.
just listening.
Yes,
We're
yes,
just
sir.
listening,
That,
all right?
but that's
So,
my request to y'all. There
but,
was
let me also ask you another question. I don't quite understand your comment about not being permitted to use the funds. Could you clarify that?
yes, we've when we can get, and that's a whole nother issue, when we can get an item on the agenda, it's been approved correctly through the Parks Board, the process. And from that point on, it just goes in, I guess, file 13, nothing happens. We've been asking for a cross fence on, as soon as the pickleball got built, we asked for the windscreen and a cross fence at the same time. We got the windscreen, although it took 14 months to get it, but we got the windscreen. And then at the same time, we're asking for a cross fence, which is typical of pickleball courts that have multiple courts. I've provided Public Works with photos. It's standard practice. They use black powder coated cyclone fence. Port Neches Grove, city of Port Neches has a facility identical to ours. They did the same conversion of their tennis courts, and they not only cross fences, they crisscross it. But that's a little bit more money. We're just asking for the cross fence because if you get more than 3 people playing on a set, you're hitting balls in each other's court. It's not as bad on side court, but when you got your courts end to end, which we have 3 pairs end to end, if it gets past, it's going into the next court, upsetting their play.
All right, I think, so bottom, I'm sorry, Mayor's back. So it's your,
Yeah.
I'll just finish my thought. Just finish. So you're here on your own initiative?
Yes.
Okay, as chairperson of the park.
Yes. Yes, sir.
Okay, because like I said, I don't remember this discussion at any of the parks.
Well, just because it come after the fact that we saw y'all schedule, and
okay.
then pretty much none of the boards were included in the schedule.
Well,
as far as
yeah.
which we've always been
I
before.
understand that.
That's why I'm here. And like I say, this is for information only,
Okay,
with the exception of the request as y'all moving forward is to allow us, since we didn't get to spend that money this year, you can ask Ms. Hobby why, and just roll it to next year.
yes. And I think historically, with and council, especially Ms. Griffin, you're new, we try to do that. We try to fund, especially
Us and
Marque beautiful.
KLMB pretty much,
in that side. And give
we
you-
both got the same. It's 30,000. They get 30, we get 30, vice versa. I don't know why. I kind of have an idea why, but it's weird that we got the total that's on the budget line is 21.7. That's kind of a weird number, but I get it when y'all are getting close to the finance director has to make decisions when, you know, they're getting close to the end of the budget, and y'all got to set goal. Y'all got to be under. All right, let's cut each department 5-10%, whatever. I get that's why we got that weird number, but it's usually been 30,
I understand,
60,000,
Mr. Bob.
something like that.
Let me ask this, the only thing, council, that I would ask us all to recall is that portion of the voluntary fee that's paid by our residents and Miss Holly, you're probably not aware of that. There's for those of us who wish to contribute, well, actually any amount, but a minimum of
Yes.
$2 to your water bill, that's split evenly, $1 to keep Marque beautiful, another $1 to, I don't have that sheet, keep to the Parks Board.
Yes.
And that amount certainly is one that should carry over, whatever.
It does.
And it should be shown as a special account there. And I don't know, I don't really.
Yeah,
know where that-
it's there, park donation revenue, and it's actually been dropping. You know, we were at one time at 7,500, and the projection for 2026 with the population growth is 7,300. And typically, because that fund only brings in, like say, $7,500 a year. The board, we always termed it as, it's got a fund, it's Fund 81, but we termed it as discretionary fund.
But just so that we discussed it last year, Ms. Holly and council, remember, that was item we agreed, it carries over, that balance continues to
always
grow
has.
on that side.
And then we
And
got,
so-
then we also had that Fund 66, which is actually council's money. Y'all just allow us to spend it. It's that mandatory $2 parks fee off of every water bill. That's Fund 66. That's the one that's in
It's showing 800,000.
yeah,
in that
800,000.
account. Yes,
But
sir.
you fixing when the boat ramp, it doesn't have the current, is probably this year it'll probably drop down around 350
Okay.
because we're paying off the boat ramp as it comes to fruition. And the 350 for the new playground at Highland Park that was just finished in July. So that bill should be coming forward any day now. So that when it's all said and done, 800 is going to be down to around 300 or 350.
Okay.
And we typically, like we've done before, we've let it built up for 2 years. And then we made our first expenditure, and then we waited 2 more years because that's putting roughly 300,000 in the kitty every 2 years. And so that's what we did, those 3 play sets.
Yeah, Mr. Bach, just so
Okay.
we're gonna,
Okay.
I want us to focus, right, especially.
Yeah.
That's our challenge here, focus.
Okay.
So focus is, we're going to follow up on the voluntary contributions that make sure that both for Keep Lamarck Beautiful and the Parks Board, that carries over, that amount continues growing. It's a voluntary contribution. It's for that purpose, it's earmarked. That's what we donated for. And it doesn't go back to the general fund. Then there's a separate distribution that the council, with your input, Ms. Holly, this year on this, usually makes some sort of distribution to both those entities. That amount is varied at different times, depending upon what we have available. There is that larger fee that Parks Board makes recommendations. They don't determine the use of the dollars, but they make recommendations and come back to council on the use. Ms. Griffin, am I accurate in saying that?
I'm listening.
And that was most recent, the largest expenditure was this, how to describe it, this all welcoming playground equipment that we just recently announced or opened, welcomed over at the Highland Bayou Park. And then the within Public Works, there is another dollar amount in there for parks maintenance. I'm not even sure it's called.
It's the CIP fund.
Or the PIP fund.
CIP.
And the capital improvement.
Yeah.
Fund as well. So those are the 4 categories.
Let me, I'm sorry, did you want to say
No,
something, Joseph? Let me say this, there used to be a day when we did not have an ex officio member or an advisory council member appointed to committees. And in those days, what ultimately developed was that the chairman, chairwomen, whomever these persons are of these committees, would be the advocate for those committees during the budget process. So now we're in a time of transition, and councils previous to this one and this one are doubling down on the idea. And Joe and I had this conversation, I think, in the back one day, doubling down on the idea that the council is interested in becoming and being advisory members to as many of these committees as possible. Because of that, Mr. Bach. Now, the reason that the KLMBC and the Parks Board did not have their own special place in this budget workshop is because Joe and I had this conversation, and I think we're on the same page. Our boards and committees, many of them are advisory, and we want to bring some form and formality into this process. And so the way that it will work, although it perhaps may not be working this way today, but the way that it will work is if Mrs. Griffin at some point is the Parks Board liaison for the council, she will visit and attend meetings, get your desires, thoughts, and bring those back to the council in a more formal way, right? And be an advocate for that board. And so that is the reason why this year we've done it a little differently. And we're moving in that process. And again, that has nothing to do with anything other than now we're the council spreading their wings into this advisory role, into this liaison role. And that brings more order to our council. Nothing more, nothing less. If in fact, going back to the other issue, if in fact your board has not seen the recommendations be materialized and put into work, then that is an issue. I believe Ms. Griffin has been an advocate of that all budget process. She has been advocating for the Parks Board. Mr. Compion has been advocating for the Parks Board. And so we are aware of those issues. We thank you for being here. Certainly, and you can remain to help us. But know that you have at least two advocates, Ms. Yancey and Mr. Lowry and myself. We are all supporters of the parks, our parks and the Parks Board. But you have at least two advocates that know what actually is happening in that, on that committee, that have been advocating for you for the last 2 weeks. Absolutely.
Yes, sir, I understand that, and moving forward, as long as that hasn't been communicated.
Yes, sir.
I understand that we have the liaisons, but you would think before this process starts, the liaisons would get with us and let's craft something. Ms. Griffin and I crafted this months ago. And there's stuff that was left off that's occurred recently, but this is crafted, but that's what I'm saying. As long as it's communicated to each board that the staff liaison is going to be, the spokesman for that, I'm fine with that. But
The council, not staff.
Well, yeah,
Yeah,
excuse me, I said that wrong, but the council liaison will be the spokesman for each different group. I'm 100%, but like I say.
And I think you'll end up with Ms. Griffin being y'all's official, once we get around to officially making that action. Yeah.
That's right. It just
Yeah.
official. It's a learning, it's been a learning because I think as mayor and during a retreat, we pointed out these ex officio positions were created without a lot of input as to what the role was. And so we have names, but we didn't know, but more appropriately, the liaison title was something that we all kind of felt was more applicable so that we could understand that. And so we have some changes that are going to occur there. But thanks. Good.
All right, appreciate it.
Always.
Thank you.
Always
Absolutely.
pleasure working
Thank you,
with
sir.
Thank you, boss man.
All right, Miss Holly, are you ready
Yes,
to
sir.
proceed to,
I am.
you want to lead us off?
I would be happy to. The standard process for budgeting typically starts in an organization in January, and that's the normal. It starts off, you establish your calendar of what you're going to need, and you then go through and look at all the dates that the state has mandated for publishing your rates, doing if you're going to have a rollback election, because if you go over, I think it may have just now moved to 2.5% from 3.5%. But you sit down, and usually it's your manager with your finance staff, and you sit down and you create a calendar that then goes out to all the departments. And you add in state mandates and you add in our charter. So in our charter, in Lamarck's, I've already started saying R, in Lamarck's charter, it says 180 day. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm on 90 days, I think, before you're going to set the rate, you have to get the budget out to council. So all of these legal parameters get set into a calendar and then that gets published. And unfortunately, this year, I think probably because of transition, those dates did not get met. So you were due your budget no later than probably early July, mid-July. And when I got here at the end of July, it had not been distributed, and we got it to you, I think, August 1st. And that gave you almost like a 30-day window, 60-day window before it has to actually be adopted by September the 30th. So the budget that was prepared by the former finance director was prepared at a tax rate that this council has never adopted. It was set at a 45-cent tax rate. And so knowing that your council, I mean, I figured that out within about the first 4 minutes of speaking to you folks, that was not going to fly. So that put your budget about $2 million shy in what you were going to bring in revenues, because the revenue rate that the council's looking at is the existing tax rate, which by memory is 0.39805 or something along those natures, but definitely 39. So you got to back off your revenues, and then you also have to look at the fact that your expenses were also built to that. So you've got another $2 million that we're going to have to be cutting out. So the big three, police, fire, and public works, were all asked immediately, please go back, look at your budgets and see what you can do to contract what your expenses are, because we know the revenues are going to be cut back. Then on Monday, my second day here, the council reiterated that. They said, no, we do want to stick with our current tax rate. We will come to you this coming Monday to get that formalized, because we then have to advertise that in the paper. It has to go on the website so that our residents, our citizens know what tax rate this council is going to move forward with. Once it's published, you cannot go above that. You could not go to 399. You cannot go above that. You can always at that point go lower, but you cannot go above. So you have two processes that have been happening. You have department heads who've been operating off of the budget that they submitted. And then behind the scenes, you have a mad scramble to try to cut those expenses back, because we have to bring it in at the tax rate that the council has said that they're comfortable with. So when we come back to you on Monday, I've been keeping notes with everything that you've asked for, is we will be meeting the objectives that the council has set, unless we can't do it within that tax rate. And then it will be explicit as to whether or not we will have a service or have something, because we will maintain the tax rate that the council has asked for. So our next step to you is to come back on Monday. Monica and I, she's here through Friday week, so not this Friday, but next Friday, we'll hopefully have a budget that we can already have published, meaning in a book, to get out to you that will meet the 0.39 tax rate. And so she and I are working behind the scenes to make sure that that's happening while we're having the discussions in front of council with each of the department heads. Hopefully next year it will be a more calm process, because everything should be backed up. You should have had this budget in your hands in July, so that you're not getting it the Saturday before you start hearings on Monday, because that's a lot of work for y'all to have to look at and try to review and digest what's happening. And to be able to say from the outset whether you're going to go up on taxes, or the impact, if you're going to do your police station, does that involve a tax increase? All of those things should be able to be vetted early on in the process, so that it's not all hitting at the 11th hour. So we will be back to you on Monday to set the tax rate, and then to give you the results of everything that we've learned through these meetings, and keeping those expenses and revenues at that tax rate.
So we're gonna open this up to council. I see you, Mr. Lowry. We're gonna open this up to council. I wanted to clarify and drill down on one thing you said for process. The council has no administrative duties.
None, sir. Other
And
than the approval.
other than
But you did not establish the budget. The council's role is you give the staff the parameters, and we're supposed to carry that through. And somehow that got missed this year.
right. So Miss Griffin didn't tell
None
you
of
to
you.
do a 45-cent tax rate. I didn't. Nobody did. That was something that was decided from some sort of internal
Correct.
administrative decision made outside and without the knowledge of council.
Right. Without council's direction, without your blessing, without even a nod. And so that's, in the 6 or 7 days I've been here, that's what I've been trying to pull back from, because that's not a normal thing to do. You would not submit a budget to your council that doesn't meet what the council wants.
Very good. Mr. Lowry.
I had mentioned earlier about how the Economic Development Corporation, they did a really tight budget. They budgeted off at 85%. And you mentioned a procedure on how to be fiscally responsible. Could you say that again?
Yes, sir. So the way that I was trained in budgeting, of course, a long time ago, is you budget very conservatively for your revenue. So example, you would budget 96, 97, 98%. You never go to 100%, and you certainly don't go above 100%. You don't push your revenue numbers. But you might say that if I think I'm going to spend $100 on staff, take that to 102. So that at the end of the day, you've overstated your expenses and understated your revenues so that you have about a 5% gap that gives you just a little bit of flexibility that when your budget ends and you go for your audit, that you had just enough cushion that you can pull through successfully. Because there's always going to be an emergency. Something's always going to happen. So you just have to build that in for the budget.
Perfect. That's what I needed.
So at this point, what we should do probably is because Ms. Holly was not with us when we had our when we had our retreat, nor was she with us when we had our budget retreat. So let's talk. We've heard a lot from the different departments, some things that I'm sure some of us thought were good ideas, things perhaps that we thought may not be good ideas. And so this time, with the remaining time, we can have a discussion on some of the things that are important to us or our particular constituencies so that she can get a grasp of when she starts to prepare this all over again, she can get a grasp of what the council's passions are, interests are as relates to specific departments and specific programs. Ms. Griffin, did you want to lead out?
No, I have a question. I
Yes,
don't
ma'am.
know if this is appropriate. I made comment the other day when Public Works did their presentation.
Mhm.
And in the park section, it listed the people who work for parks.
Mhm.
And I don't recall us discussing the parks budget. Did we do that? Is that something that y'all do at another time?
No, it should have been different.
Okay,
it
so
was-
it should have been included in that earlier
presentation.
discussion.
Mhm.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. And thinking about that, Ms. Griffin, I think that was a very long, I think we almost kind of cut them off at the end because
Okay.
it was getting late in the
Yeah.
day. It was after 5.
Okay.
We can look at that right now. If that's something that you're suggesting we do, we can turn to that and look back over
No.
that. You sure?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay. Well,
So in general, unless it is guided by the unions or civil service, there will be no adds to staff at the beginning because I'm not confident in where the numbers are. If everything brightens up and you end up with higher tax values and you end up with more money, or we get a higher sales tax, or we have money that may be coming in from a settlement, those can all be managed through the budget process through the year, where your city manager, if it's me or whoever's sitting here, will come to you and say, we've got $1,200,000, we've got $1,300,000. We want to add that into our revenues. And then the council gets to then determine, how do you want that money spent? So a budget is what they, for lack of a better term, a living document. So there will be changes through the year, but it's done formally through what they call budget amendments. And then those come back to council. You see both the revenue side and you see the expense side. So if things lighten up, then if we need to have more public works people, or if we wanted to have more IT people, those will be explicit decisions that would come back to council, because my reading of your charter is you establish the financial umbrella. You establish how many positions we have. That's what the council does. And then you're asking this seat to then make sure that that's carried out in the organization.
very good. You said, Ms. Holly, you said no adds to staff. Does that mean no new staff members?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry. Yes, sir. No, there will be no additional staff positions unless it's mandated through any of the collective bargaining agreements happening, because I just don't think we can afford it right now. But if it lightens up in, December, I'll be back to you saying it's better than I thought. So we've got money for positions.
What about, positions that are, open now? What are your thoughts on those?
The current positions that are open right now, I've instituted a soft hiring freeze, meaning we're saving money right now unless it's mission critical. And so the ones that I see mission critical are going to be obviously anything with public safety. Those have to be filled. I think we have 5 or possibly 6 positions in the police department. Fire's fully staffed. We're going to need a finance director. We're going to be down to 2 people in finance. So we have to have some, but I think we had 6 originally. We're going to have help in finance. So it'll on a case by case basis. But for example, we will not be hiring a deputy city manager. That's off the table. So there will be things that just can't be done because the money's not there.
Council? Mayor Pro Tem?
Question, it's just a question. In your budget workout that you will present to us, are we going ahead and assuming, because I've heard it, but I don't know if did we take formal action, but are we assuming the 2% across the board salary increase for all of our, other than all employees other than those covered by collective bargaining?
That is being built into the budgets, and what I will end up doing is we'll prioritize. If we get to the end and we can't meet the tax rate, then we got to start cutting travel. We got to start cutting the COLA. There are things that have to come off the table in order to make sure that we're meeting the revenue projections off of that tax rate. So you go for anything that it's not fat, but it's also not muscle. So
an idea might be you'll include the 2%, but along the lines of what you're saying, we might have to consider 1%.
correct.
If it's within the numbers.
And eventually where I would hope to see if we could move the council is to do it where it's not just a COLA, because the worst performing employee and the best performing employee are getting the exact same compensation. And so if you can even do, at some point in the future, a 1% COLA, and then give the department heads the right to take whatever that remaining 1% and start doing merit increases, something that starts to acknowledge that you've got some star performers that really need to be rewarded for what they do.
And along those lines, I think it was during the discussion with Public Works, Mr. Bro, that we had the discussion about making sure that we were paying living wages. And because we had he said we have 1 or 2 people that were still like at $15 or $16.
I think it's 16 is the minimum.
Something
Yeah.
like that. He was trying to get them up at least to 17.
Yes.
All.
And
And-
Michaela wants to do a salary survey. So she had built 500,000 into her budget for that. And I'm like, hold, we can survey it. We can figure out where we are, but that will be done citywide. It's not going to be done department by department, so that we can make sure that we're doing it appropriately and that we've got the money to do it. And my personal philosophy, professional philosophy, is you hit the line employees first, meaning whoever is at the front, they get their raises first. And that anybody that it's in my position or department head position, we wait. And we wait till the guys that have trouble bringing, bread and milk to the table,
Yeah.
they're taken care of first.
And flip
Yes,
the
ma'am.
pyramid.
Good.
Yeah, flip the pyramid.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Now, I think we've talked a little bit about this, some of my passions, and I'll send to you, but just put it on the record. The paved alleyways off of Lake Road on Rosalie in Kansas. Right now, they're dirt roads. So we want to try to get those paved eventually. And I don't know if we can do that through HGAC or maybe some historical dollars. Because that is I don't even know if we designated that area as historical, but it is. But that's one of my passions, is to get that paved, that area right there paved. Street signs, we have a lot of street signs that need to be replaced. with our logo, with the All-American logo. I know we've talked about that and we've been talking about that for a year now and still hasn't been done. So I would like to see a timeline on
Okay.
that when, because that's something that we do in-house, so we should be able to get that done. And then, when I met with Commissioner, Armstrong about trying to make sure that the bond streets that were approved in the bond, that they get contracted out now and not 2 and 3 years later from now, because a lot of residents would like to see that work done. Just having an advocate for that.
Okay.
Of course, with the illegal dumping, which we've talked about before, I still waiting on that day when we can have a lot of more workers in public works to help with that. And the Great All truck, which is that not being used still? Do we know? Is it Great All?
No, I think it's been used.
It's being used now?
Mhm.
Okay, okay. And being able to utilize that a little bit more than we have in the past.
ditch machine?
Mhm.
Okay.
Mhm.
Mhm.
And be able to do that.
I'm lucky.
I know.
The interlocal agreement that we're still trying to get with Drainage District 2, that's a big issue in trying to unclog some of those ditches. And whatever help that they can give us. I think we had a preliminary goal for that, to work together for that. And then there was one more thing that I found out. I think, let me think about it, then come back to
I
you.
may have your notes
Yeah,
in here
that
too.
may
So
too. Yeah.
We just in a general open discussion.
Right.
Anything else?
But I would
I'm
like
sorry.
to see the bottom line of our numbers. I've been a big advocate of trying to stay at 180 days if we can, and just to see where are we now? Are we at 90 days? 88
our
days
reserve.
for our reserve?
And it's one of the things that I think it would be good if we had an ordinance that established it or a policy, because right now I'm understanding it's kind of it'd be nice if we did. It needs to be more formal than that so that, and you should be getting an investment report from the staff that says, this is where we are,
Right.
both with our general and our enterprise funds
Right.
or our other funds.
Now, if I'm concerned, we used to get that report from Susie,
Which report was that?
the investment report and the general fund report.
Mhm.
But it'd be nice to know and give an update for that
Yeah.
before we adopt a policy to let everyone, because that's easier for most people to understand.
Yeah.
There.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Interject comment to tag on to Ms. Yancey. In order for us to understand our reserves, we need to understand what are our monthly fixed costs
Correct.
to establish that reserve.
Yeah.
And I have yet to hear what that amount is.
Mhm.
So if it would be nice to know what we're basing the reserve off of.
Correct.
We need to have 3 million in the bank, that sort of thing.
You're the first council member that's ever understood that concept. That's exactly how you do a reserve is what's your daily, what does it cost you to run your government per day? And then you calculate that out by however many days you want.
Well, he's not the only one that's asked. We've all been asking for that. How long have we been asking for that? 5 years, 6 years? Yeah. We've all asked, but because
That's just, we can generate that. As soon as we've got a budget done, we can generate that for you.
and I think Cesar did provide something kind of similar to that. We just didn't understand it. It was kind of confusing.
Yeah.
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 Mhm.
So next Monday, I think it's fair to have the Public Works Department come back and present the parks budget.
Okay.
Because as I recollect, we were late in the day on that day.
It was time to go.
And they were still presenting. We were saying, you can present all you want to, but we're not gonna be here. You remember that?
Yeah.
It was late.
We
in the day.
meant it.
Yeah. So Ms. Holly, I would certainly want us to bring Mr. Bro and Ms. Hobby back to
Okay.
present that parks budget for us so that we can get some clarity on it.
Mayor, question for you.
For me?
Do they also handle Keep Lamarck Beautiful, don't they? Isn't that
Park
coordinated with
duty.
the?
No.
No.
Code enforcement is KLMB.
And to your point, we can certainly bring
Jose.
Mr. Hernandez.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, back to present the Keep Lamarck Beautiful budget as well. so that we can get some clarity on that.
Was there even a budget for them?
Yes.
Yeah.
Broken out like parks?
I believe so.
Yeah.
Okay.
I thought I've
Not
run
very,
across it.
not very long, but
Other.
Oh, other funds,
So that's gonna be under 30.
under 30.
And so with what we are working with also, Ms. Holland, what we're working with, Hobby Holland.
Yes.
Look, I
Two B's,
get two.
two B's and two L's. Ms. Holly, along those lines, I still think, Ms. Yancey just mentioned it a little bit. But I still think that, not.
29.
Oh, 29.
Oh,
29.
Taps. I really think that we heard, Public Works concern or heartburn over this program exploding into, something that will overwhelm them. But I think that we are smart enough as a council and as an administration to put parameters on a program that will allow for Public Works staff members to visit each district on a regular basis to mitigate much of those items of illegal dumping once they're investigated. I assume perhaps maybe the police department or the fire department or someone has to investigate those, but once that's done, and even if there are significant pieces of whatever it would be in the city right away, where it's prohibiting the normal natural flow of traffic or stormwater, have a crew that might be able to mitigate that. I think it's beneficial for us to look at that on some level. I don't know what
Yes, I
level
do.
that would be.
I do too, because, and that also goes towards making your community beautiful. It's getting rid of that. And I know Mr. Bro this morning in our staff meeting said that they've already started hitting some of those trash piles. And you should be able to expect that out of your staff. That's not overwhelming in any sense.
Can we work to formalize that
Yes, sir.
as part of their operation? Again, let's be clear, we do hear the Public Works leaders saying that their heartburn is they do not want this program to overwhelm their staff. I heard it, we all heard it, we respect that. But at the same time, we are hearing from 20,000+ residents who desire for their community to be clean. And they do not care who removes these items. They want, expect, and should expect that these items be removed to the best of our ability. And so I think if we can work with the folks we got and the equipment we have, and not increase a budget, I would like to, without objection, council, I'd like to see that as part of program that you present on Monday as well.
And some of the things in other communities that I've witnessed are 4 days out of a year that you would do free dump sites. They would come out with dumpsters to your location that you would work with waste management. And we've done that in former communities where they would open up one of the parks and people could take their stuff down. So there are a variety of ways of managing this that don't cost anything.
Right. But we would still have on a periodic, whatever that looks like for us.
Oh, yes.
A
Yeah.
crew
Mm-hmm.
visiting each district equally.
Yep.
Very good. Does anyone have anything else? Joseph?
We've been talking about getting the MOU with DD2 for probably 8 months. Can we get them down here?
With whom?
Drainage District 2.
Okay.
Mr. Cravens, phenomenal person, and just get him down here so we could ask him some questions and stuff
We
collectively.
were
And
supposed to be on, I think Mondays, but we had a lot of stuff going on, so.
Okay.
thank you.
I've given, I've sent all of my things out and I've met with, Miss Holly. And, so she's aware of what my concerns are, so.
Yeah. Anyone else? There's no one else. Ms. Holly has a lot of work to do. And so we should probably release her.
Mhm.
And we can, my plan, James, is for us five just to hang out here for till 5 o'clock. Just kind of shooting the breeze.
Wait a minute, count to five. Count to
Kiara,
five. We
are you
want to
gonna-
know
are
who
you
the
gonna take
five
notes?
are.
Kara's gonna take notes and us five, we're gonna get up here and shoot the
I want
breeze
to
and
know who the five are.
play some pickleball.
Mm-hmm.
Go Mike by.
Well, since y'all don't want to hang out with me, I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
We stand adjourned until Monday morning at 10 a.m.